Good morning. Stream started in a little bit. Anybody here? Good morning. Stream starting in a little bit. Should be fun. Craggy weeds. You never know what's gonna happen. Right? You never know. The most exciting stream in the universe, possibly. Do we slow down for the holidays? No. We get crazier. Craig reads, holder of many world records for completing Japanese video games, right? I haven't even filed all my records that I can have. Well, I haven't filed any of them, but there's a lot of them. I could have world records, and I don't even write it down. Craigie reads, famous, translated the most live on the planet Earth ever. I'm holder of that record, huh? Craigie reads, translated more Japanese to English on stream than anyone else ever in the history of time. That is definitely true. I'm just working on lines. Craigie reads, the archaeologist of the bizarre, archaeologist of Japanese games you've never seen. Craigie reads, plays old games. I one time I said play old game. Never mind, song's gone. I'll be back. Oh yeah, guys, I think you might want to hide on the YouTube, because I'm thinking people are more likely, you know how communists are. Communists are more likely to try and go for you when you seem alone and vulnerable. They're very, so if you want to, I think the best bet is to hide on the YouTube and wait until any of the commies come out to the woodwork, right? I think that's the smartest move. I'll wait. I'll say that in the intro again when we get to that. But if you want, I think a good move is to hide on the YouTube chat, because they don't even know that YouTube exists. They don't even check that. You want to seem vulnerable for the comedies to come out. They don't come out. Like if you got a bunch of viewers, they wouldn't even come out, right? So you have to hide your power level to get them to come out. Because comedies are like coyotes, right? They go after people that are alone and weak. They don't go after people with numbers or anything. So hide on the YouTube, if you and then, or you can watch on whatever really. But I think that's what we should do. Sorry about being late today, man. I took a Benadryl. I was in a Benadryl coma. Live in like 15 minutes, guys. Guys, big night tonight. We're reading a book. We're reading a book this morning. Good morning. It is time to read a book. Enough of not reading books. Well, you guys, I know you guys, nobody wants to read a book. Guys, I'm sorry. Today's reading a book. Today we're reading a book. Where does money come from? Where does it go? Who makes it? The money magician's secrets are unveiled. Here is a close look at their mirrors and smoke machines, the pulleys, cogs, and wheels that create the grand illusion called money. A boring subject? Just wait. You'll be hooked in 5 minutes. Reads like a detective story, which it really is, but it's all true. This book is about the most blatant scam of history. You know what Cranky reads, bro. We're always exposing scammers. Which are all over the fucking place, by the way. Fucking scammers. Why are there so many fucking scammers in the streaming ecosystem? All I wanted to do when I started was do this weird little translation stream. But the fucking scammers are around every goddamn corner fucking the whole thing up. Scammers and streaming go together. Like most streamers are scammers, or at least dishonest. And then the fucking platforms are scammers. Fucking A. All you just want to make something cool, and then you're surrounded by fucking liars and thieves. So we have to sometimes expose them too, as you guys know. If you're honest, you have to. You have a duty. What's that, beef? I'm a scammer? You could be. You could be on Twitch, beef. So very possible. Let's see. Alright, so in the book we're going to read today, let me keep going. But it's all true. The book is about the most blatant scam of history. It's all here. The cause of wars, boom-bust cycles, inflation, depression, prosperity. Your worldview will definitely change. Putting it quite simply, it's maybe the most important book on the world affairs you'll ever read. It is again called, if you've never heard of this book, The Creature from Jekyll Island. We'll be reading it in a little bit. Still like 9 minutes out from live, so get a snack, get a drink. We'll be live in a little bit. I'm just kidding about the Twitch thing. Twitch is mostly communist more than scammers, but there are scammers there. Kick has more scammers. But Kick is more desperate people than scammers. That's the thing about Kick. People point out, like, they're like, Kick is where everybody goes that can't make it on Kick, on Twitch, blah, blah, blah. But Kick, I have a soft spot for Kick. Not the platform, but like I like the management or anybody on that end. I don't like them very much at all. But I have a soft spot for the streamers because a lot of them they're in a hard place. They came there looking for something, right? They have to figure out. One doesn't have nowhere else to go. So I do have a soft spot for kick streamers. I have a soft spot for any streamer, honestly. If anybody's trying, anybody putting their heart out to do something. I don't know, how can you respect that a little bit? Of course, most streamers just sit there, maybe pop some Adderall. Tell fellow comments, what's up, Retro? What's up, Retro? Guys, don't listen. The commies, I think the best plan is to hide on the YouTube. And then, or I mean, if the kick is low enough viewership, I guess it's fine anyway. Because the plan is to seem vulnerable, right? Seem as low. We want to seem as low viewer count as possible. Because that's when the communists are the most likely to strike. Communists, I've discovered, are like coyotes. They only go after people they think are weak enough that they can go after. So you have to hide your power level a little bit. They might there be some V102, but they're too dumb to know you're talking about them too. So I'm not concerned about that. We'll be live in 5 minutes ish. I'm gonna find something to read to. I need to find some soundtrack stuff or something. I'm gonna find something to put on to read to. What's up, fellow Marxists? I got a communist. I got a retard in here. Nice. Tonight we'll be reading about the Fed, guys. We're gonna be reading a book. I know Marxists hate that. I know Marxists hate reading. But we'll be reading a book tonight. It is called The Creature from Jekyll Island, a second look at the Federal Reserve. Time to discover some real stuff instead of fake Marxist nonsense. Again, I know you hate reading. It's okay. Okay, we'll be fine. Fine, guys. We make it. One more song, and we're live. So you have to trick communists to learn. It's something I've discovered. They hate learning on their own. They need their hand held the whole time. Because they got everything they got from school. So you have to trick them. Oops, is this mic on? I was talking. Oops. We're all creatures. Creature from Jekyll Island. Somebody, do you know what that's about? Do you know what's on Jekyll Island? I know, again, communists are not very well read or educated. But, what is it? What's on Jekyll Island, bro? Can you guess? I know about economics. So what's on Jekyll Island? Any recommendations for the reading music? Look. Maybe a soundtrack or something? What about a classic reading? What about like, I know Wex, I know one you'll like, and I will like it too, so I'll go, I think I got an idea. Alright, I got it, I'm ready. Last song, guys, get ready. Exciting. And hide on YouTube if you can. Communists are more likely to strike if they think there's nobody there. They're like coyotes, they're cowardly. The weaker they think you are, the more likely they are to strike. So you want to make it seem like you're as small as can be. You want to shrink down. I guess you can hide on Sims too, right? You can hide on Sims too. Sims or YouTube, either one. Both are good hiding spots. Alright, here we go. Time to read a book. I'm gonna read a book in a minute. Hold on, let me put on the... Here's what I'm thinking for the reading. I'll go back, not this part. I'm thinking, what about Deus Ex? Or same artist, we could do, what about the Unreal one? Or Unreal. That's the same soundtrack, right? I mean the same guy, I think. Unreal Gold. Unreal Gold. Unless you guys got any other suggestions. Let me see and put it on the right scene for today. Let's see. You guys ready to read? Ready to read? Here, let me see if this works. Let's see if the setup works. If I gotta close. Check. 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 Hello. Check. Oh, I gotta change the title. It's not supposed to say that thing about Rust being for retards. Wait 1 sec. That's my bad. That's my bad. Wait, hold on. It's not. Oh, there it goes. It paused it that time. It didn't pause it the second ago for some reason. There we go. There we go, right? Let's see. Did it say the book? The Inako theme music is probably my favorite. It's pretty good. There we go. See, Creature from Jekyll Island. Yeah? You guys see that? Okay, cool. And I'm ready, I think. Wait, okay. See, how come sometimes it pauses the music? What's the difference? How about if I go here, I go here. Paused, okay? Unpaused, right? To make sure, I gotta make sure this is, I don't want to fuck up while we're doing it. Yeah, pause. Uh-huh. Yes? Okay. Just checking. One more time. Okay, seems good. The mango's too hard? Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. Alright, guys. Let's just get started, I guess, right? The Creature from Jekyll Island by G. Edward Griffin. A second look at the Federal Reserve. I'm excited, man. Where does money come from? Where does it go? Who makes it? The money magician's secrets are unveiled. Here is a close look at their mirrors and smoke machines. The pulleys, cogs, and wheels that create the grand illusion. Turn down a bit. The grand illusion called money. A boring subject? Just wait. You'll be hooked in 5 minutes. Reads like a detective story, which it really is, but it's all true. This book is about the most blatant scam of history. It's all here. The cause of wars, the boom-bust cycles, inflation, depression, prosperity. Your worldview would definitely change. Putting quite simply, this may be the most important book on world affairs you will ever read. A superb analysis deserving serious attention by all Americans. Be prepared for one heck of a journey through time and mind. Ron Paul, Member of Congress, House Banking Committee. What every American needs to know about central bank power, a gripping adventure into the secret world of international banking cartel. Mark Thornton, Assistant Professor of Economics, Auburn University, Coordinator of Academic Affairs, Ludwig von Mises Institute. Now, of course, communists don't even know who Mises is. What's up, Shini? Not as interesting, you think so? A magnificent accomplishment, a trainload of heavy history, organized so well and written in such a relaxed and easy style that it captivated me. I hated to put it down. Dan Smoot, published editor, Dan Smoot Report. As a career banker and president of a banking consulting firm, I thought I had a good understanding of the Federal Reserve, but this book changed the way I view our entire monetary system. Maryland, Magruder, Barnwell, Grand Junction, Colorado. How to read this book. Thick books can be intimidating. We tend to put off reading them until we have a suitably large block of time. Let me see it better. Until we have a suitably large block of time, which is to say, often they are never read. That is the reason a preview has been placed at the beginning and a summary at the end of each chapter. All of these together can be read in about 1 hour. Although they will not contain details nor documentation, they will cover the major points, provide an overview of the complete story. The best way to read this book, therefore, is to begin with the previews of each section, followed by the chapter. The previews of each section, followed by the chapter previews and summaries. Even if the reader is not in a hurry, it is still an excellent approach. A look at the map before the journey makes it easier to grapple with a topic such as this, which spans so much history. It's a lot of primary sources in this. Book. A lot of primary sources. So that's why it's so dense. It's so much. So I realized I already sent that exactly. No, it's okay, bro. You fine. You fine. You fine. You fine. Okay, so I guess we'll do that. I guess we should do that. I kind of want to like read into the chapters, but I guess it says takes an hour, so I guess we could read the previews, and then come around and start reading the first chapter, maybe. Let me see what these things look like. Okay, we'll just keep going until we get there, and then we can figure it out. Part one. Part one. What creature is this? What is the Federal Reserve System? The answer may surprise you. It is not federal, and there are no reserves. I have like one. Furthermore, the Federal Reserve banks are not even banks. The key to this riddle is to be found not at the beginning of the story, but in the middle. Since this is not a textbook, we are not confined to a chronological structure. The subject matter is not a curriculum to be mastered, but a mystery to be solved. So let us start where the action is. Part 2, a crash course on money. The 8 chapters contained in this and the following section deal with material that is organized by topic, not chronology. Several of them will jump ahead of events that are not covered until later. Furthermore, the scope is such that the reader may wonder what, if any, is the connection with the Federal Reserve System. Please be patient. The importance will eventually become clear. It is the author's intent to cover concepts and principles before looking at events. Without this background, the history of the Federal Reserve is boring. With it, the story emerges as an exciting drama which profoundly affects our lives today. So let us begin this adventure with a few discoveries about the nature of money itself. That's a crash course on money, part 2. Part 3, the new alchemy. The ancient alchemists sought in vain to convert lead into gold. Modern alchemists have succeeded in that quest. The lead bullets of war have yielded an endless source of gold for those magicians who control the mandrake mechanism. The startling fact emerges that without the ability to create fiat money, most modern wars simply would not have occurred. As long as the mechanism is allowed to function, future wars are inevitable. This is the story of how that came to pass. Part 4, a tale of 3 banks. It has been said that those who are ignorant of history are doomed to repeat its mistakes. It may come as a surprise to learn that the Federal Reserve System is America's 4th central bank, not its first. We have been through all this before, and each time, the result has been the same. Interested in what happened? Then let's set the coordinates of our time machine to the colony of Massachusetts in the year 1690. To activate, turn to chapter 15. Part 5, The Harvest. Let me catch up. I have The Creature of Jekyll Island somewhere. Do you? Isn't it? Lend it to my dad. Never actually read it. Well, didn't Nixon and the dollar being backed by gold? I assume we'll bring that eventually. Yeah. All that stuff is in here somewhere, right? All that stuff is in here somewhere. The Fed, from my understanding, right? It starts like a lot of World War I basically gets enabled by the Fed. Like all the banks were it's because so it really well. I mean, I guess it starts before then. We're saying right, but I know it kind of starts there, right? They start the Fed, and then they start lending to all these foreign banks that are failing. America banks do through the Fed because it allows them to. And then like World War I probably wouldn't happen without the Fed. Part 5, The Harvest. Monetary and political scientists continue to expound the theoretical merits of the Federal Reserve System. It has become a modern act of faith that economic life simply cannot go on without it. But the time for theory is past. The creature moved into its final lair in 1913 and has snorted and thrashed about the landscape ever since. If we wish to know if it is a creature of service or a beast of prey, we merely have to look at what it has done. And after the test of all those years, we may be sure that what it has done it will continue to do. Or to use the biblical axiom, a tree shall be known by the fruit it bears. Let us now examine the harvest. And then part 6 will be, in the previous sections of this book we have traveled through time. We began our journey by stepping into the past as we crisscrossed the centuries. We observed wars, treachery, profiteering, and political deception that has brought us to the present. Now we are prepared to ride our time machine into the future. It'll be a hair-raising trip, and much what lies ahead will be unpleasant, but it has not yet come to pass. Now I wonder, how much like the future part actually has come to pass in our time from when the book was written. It is merely projection of present forces. If we do not like what we see, we will still have an opportunity to change those forces. The future will be what we choose to make it. Okay. Go to the preface now. Does the world really need another book on the Federal Reserve System? I have struggled with that question for several years. My own library is a mute testimony to the fact that there has been no shortage of writers willing to set off into the dark forest to do battle with the evil dragon. But, for the most part, their books have been ignored by the mainstream, and the giant snorter remains undaunted in his lair. There seems to be little reason to think that I could succeed where so many others have failed. Yet, the idea was haunting. There was no doubt in my mind that the Federal Reserve is one of the most dangerous creatures ever to stalk our land. Furthermore, as my probing brought me into contact with more and more hard data, I came to realize that I was investigating one of the greatest whodunits of history. And to make matters worse, I discovered who did it. Someone has to get this story through to the public. The problem, however, is that the public doesn't want to hear it. Democracy is a system, how's the quote go? The democracy is a system made for the people, by the people, with the people, something like that. By the people, for the people. But the people are retarded. The problem, however, is that the public doesn't want to hear it. After all, this is bad news, and we certainly get enough of that as it is. Another obstacle to communication is that this tale truly is incredible, which means unbelievable. The magnitude by which reality deviates from the accepted myth is so great that for most people it is simply beyond credibility. Anyone carrying this message is immediately suspected of paranoia, who will listen to a madman. And finally, there is the subject matter itself. It can become pretty complex. Well, at least that's how it seems at first. Treatises on this topic often read like curriculum textbooks for banking and finance. It is easy to become ensnared in a sticky web of terminology and abstractions. Only monetary professionals are motivated to master the new language, and even they often find themselves in serious disagreement. For example, in a recent letter circulated by a group of monetary experts who for years have concluded an ongoing exchange of ideas regarding monetary reform, the editor said, "It is frustrating that we cannot find more agreement among ourselves on this vital issue. We seem to differ so much on definitions and on really an unbiased, frank, honest, correct understanding of just how current monetary system does function." Now, isn't that interesting? Economics is very political nowadays. A lot of economics, what people consider economics, is politics. Of course, and that's of course the the communist side. The theory with a capital T is why. That is a big part of why. There's a big part of why, of course. So why am I now making my own charge into the dragon's teeth? It's because I believe there is a definite change in the wind of public attitude. As the gathering economic storm draws nearer, more and more people will tune into the weather report, even if it is bad news. Furthermore, the evidence of the truth of this story is now so overpowering, and I trust my readers will have no choice but to accept it. All questions of sanity aside, if the village idiot says the bell has fallen from the steeple and comes dragging the bell behind him, well... Lastly, I've discovered that this subject is not as complicated as it first appeared to be, and I am resolved to avoid the pitfall of trotting the usual convoluted path. What follows, therefore, will be the story of a crime, not a course on criminology. It was intended that this book would be half its present size and be completed in about 1 year. From the beginning, however, it took on a life force of its own, and I became but a servant to its will. It refused to stay within the confines prescribed, and like the genie released from its bottle, grew to enormous size. When the job was done, it was possible to assess. It was possible to assess. Oh, and then I lost my place after saying it 32 times. Okay, I lost the line. There it is. When the job was done and it was possible to assess the entire manuscript, I was surprised to realize that 4 books have been written instead of 1. First, there's a crash course on money, the basis of banking and currency. Without that, it'd be impossible to understand the fraud that now passes for acceptable practice within the banking system. Second, there's a book on how the world's central banks, the Federal Reserve being one of them, are catalysts for war. This is what puts real fire into the subject because it shows that we are dealing not with mere money, but with blood, human suffering, and freedom itself. Now that part is why it's so interesting, right? People think like remember like during the riots and things, they're like, oh, it's just property, it's just money. This is property, money. The thing is, property. Okay, so like my way of viewing things is I think power comes from the individual, from willpower itself, and anything else is just like an abstraction to try and understand it. Like any kind of socio-political framework is just an abstraction to try to understand the larger uses of that power. But if you like really narrow it down to what it actually is, in my opinion, it's our individual willpower to make choices. It's our ability to decide things. And I think a lot of people lose that when they start looking at the socioeconomic scale, because it really what at that scale everything's just made up. It's just like made up forces and things, and they go, look, this does this. But you have to actually go down to the real world and test it sometimes, or else you don't know it works, or you don't know it's real. So if it doesn't hold up with that understanding, I think you have to dismiss it. If it doesn't hold up with the understanding that that individuals choose what to do, and so if power comes from that, what is money? Well, in essence, I think it's like Sam Hyde called it meta energy one time, and I was like, that's interesting. It's kind of like that, right? It's kind of like money's kind of like energon in Transformers, right? You're trying to offshoot some of your energy, some of your power, like some of your effort that you put into the world. You're trying to turn that into an energy you can then spend and use to do other things. Something like that. So it's in a way it's life itself too, right? It's a representation of your form of work and time and of your power before, right? It's trying to take your power, your willpower, and turn that into something that has that you can then use in a market or whatever for yourself. That's what money basically is. I think that's the simplest way to conceptualize it in a way that doesn't like dismiss the individual. Third, there is a history of central banking in America that is essential to the realization that the concept behind the Federal Reserve was tried 3 times before in America. We need to know that, and especially need to know why those institutions were eventually junked. Finally, there was an analysis of the Federal Reserve itself and its dismal record since 1913. This is probably the least important part of all, but it is the reason we are here. It is the least important not because the subject lacks significance, but because it has been written before by writers far more qualified and far more skilled than I. As mentioned previously, however, those volumes generally have remained unread except by technical historians, and the creature has continued to dine upon its hapless victims. There are 7 discernible threads that are woven throughout the fabric of this study. They represent the reasons for abolition of the Federal Reserve System when stated in their purest form. Without embellishment or explanation, they sound absurd to the casual observer. It is the purpose of this book, however, to show that these statements are all too easy to substantiate. The Federal Reserve System should be abolished for the following reasons. It is incapable of accomplishing its stated objectives, Chapter 1. It is a cartel operating against the public interest, Chapter 3. It is the supreme instrument of usury, Chapter 10. It generates our most unfair tax, Chapter 10. I think that means inflation, right? Because inflation is a tax without any voting or anything. It encourages war, Chapter 14. It destabilizes the economy, Chapter 23. It is an instrument of totalitarianism, Chapter 5 and 26. There's a story about limitless money and hidden global power. The good news is that it's fascinating. It is as fascinating any work of fiction could be, and this, I trust, will add both pleasure and excitement to the learning process. The bad news is that every detail of what follows is true. It definitely seems to be an instrument of totalitarianism. Now, as somebody against totalitarianism, that's possibly one of my biggest things I would say I'm against. I don't know about you guys. Let me catch up. Let me catch up. Definitely are intrinsically intertwined. I think so too. My favorite things of this sort of things are the banana wars and wars of racket and the business plot. All good. Blood money, I guess. Sure. Well, there is a whole petrodollar and controlling oil. Yeah, that there is a whole second. There, I mean, there are other market effects and other market kind of thing ties to different things too. Um, Sure, sure. But I mean, if you look at World War One, from what I understand, if you look at like the bank, like the German banks, um, and all these other banks that were like totally out of money because they were planning on like conquest. They were basically like taking out loans first and planning to conquest and plunder and then pay off the loans, right? And that was like all the European countries were doing that. Um, and when that system was breaking, it wasn't really going to work. Then luckily the Fed showed up and they could take loans from America, but basically unlimited loans. Um, Acknowledgements. All right, we gotta do acknowledgements. A writer who steals the work of another is called a plagiarist. One who takes from the works of many is called a researcher. That is a roundabout way of saying I'm deeply indebted to the efforts of so many who have previously grappled this topic. It is impossible to acknowledge them except in footnote and bibliography. Without the cumulative product of their efforts, it would have taken a lifetime to pull together the material you're about to read. In addition to the historical facts, however, there are numerous concepts which, to the best of my knowledge, are not to be found in prior literature. Primary among these are the formulation of certain natural laws, which it seemed to me are too important to leave buried beneath the factual data. You'll easily recognize these and other editorial expressions as a singular product of my own perceptions for which no one else can be held responsible. I would like to give special thanks to Miro Creer and Jim Toft for having first invited me to give a lecture on this subject and thus forcing me to dive into it at some depth, and to Herb Joyner for encouraging me after the speech to take it on the road. This book is the end result of a 7-year journey that began with those first steps. Wayne C. Rickert deserves a special medal for his patience while it crawled towards completion. Thanks to Bill Jasper for providing copies of numerous hard-to-locate documents. Thank also to Linda Perlstein and Melinda Weeman for keeping my business enterprise functioning during my preoccupation with this project, and a very personal thanks to my wife, Patricia, for putting up with my periods of long absence while completing the manuscript, for meticulous proofreading, and for a most perceptive critique of its development along the way. Finally, I would like to acknowledge those readers of the first 3 printings who have assisted in the refinement of this work. Because of their efforts, most of the inevitable errata have been corrected for the second edition. Even so, it would be foolhardy to think that there are no more errors within the following pages. I have tried to be meticulous with even the smallest detail, but one cannot harvest such a crop without dropping a few seeds. Therefore, corrections and suggestions for new readers are sincerely invited. In my supreme optimism, I would like to think that they'll be incorporated in the future editions of the book. The following exchange was published in the British humor magazine Punch on April 3rd, 1957. It is reprinted here as an appropriate introduction and as a mental exercise to limber the mind for the material contained in this book. Okay, here we go. Question: what are banks for? Answer: to make money. Question: for the customers? Answer: for the banks. Question: why doesn't bank advertising mention this? Answer: it would not be in good taste. But it is mentioned by implication in references to reserves of $24.9 million or thereabouts. That is the money they have made. Question: out of the customers? Answer: I suppose so. Question: they have mentioned assets of $500 million or thereabouts. Have they made that too? Answer: not exactly. That is the money they use to make money. Question: I see. And they keep it in a safe somewhere? Answer: not at all. They lend it to customers. Question: then they haven't got it? Answer: no. Question: then how is it in assets? Answer: they maintained that it would be if they got it back. Question: but they must have some money in a safe somewhere. Answer: yes, usually $500 million or thereabouts. This is called liabilities. Question: but if they've got it, how can they be liable for it? Answer: because it isn't theirs. Question: then why do they have it? Answer: it's been lent to them by customers. Question: you mean customers lend banks money? Answer: in effect. They put money into their account, so it is literally lent to the banks. Question. And what do the banks do with it? Answer. Lend it to other customers. Question. But you said that money they lent to the other people was assets. Answer. Yes. Question. Then assets and liabilities must be the same thing? Answer. You can't really say that. Question. But you just said it. If I put $100 in my bank account, into the bank is liable to have to pay it back, so it's liabilities, but they go and lend it to someone else, and he is liable to have to pay it back, so it's assets? It's the same $100, isn't it? Answer. Yes, but... Question. Then it cancels out. I mean, doesn't it? The banks haven't really any money at all? Answer. Theoretically. Question. Never mind theoretically. If they haven't any money, where do they get their reserves of $249 million or thereabouts? Answer. I told you. That is the money they have made. Question. How? Answer. Well, when they lend your $100 to someone, they charge them interest. Answer. Question. How much? Answer. It depends on the bank rate. Say 5.5%. That's their profit. Question. Why isn't it my profit? Isn't it my money? Question. When I lend them my $100, why is it profit? Is it my money? Answer. It's the theory of banking practice that... Question. When I lend them my $100, why don't I charge them interest? Answer. You do. Question. You don't say. How much? Answer. It depends on the bank rate. Say 0.5%. Question. Grasping of me rather. Answer. But that's only if you're not going to draw the money out again. Answer. Sorry, that was the answer. That's only if you're not going to draw the money out again. Question. But of course I'm going to draw it out again. If I hadn't wanted to draw it out again, I could have buried it in the garden, couldn't I? Answer. Then they wouldn't like you to draw it out again. Question. Why not? If I keep it there, you say it's a liability. Wouldn't they be glad if I reduced their liabilities by removing it? Answer. No. Because if you remove it, they can't lend it to anyone else. Answer. But if I wanted to remove it, they'd have to let me? Answer. Certainly. Question. But suppose they've already lent it to another customer. Answer. Then they'll let you have someone else's money. Question. But suppose he wants his too, and that's a weird sentence. And they've let me have it? Answer. You're being purposely obtuse. Question. I think I'm being acute. What if everyone wanted their money at once? Answer. It's the theory of banking practice that they never would. Question. So what banks bank on is not having to meet their commitments? Answer. I wouldn't say that. Question. Naturally. Well, if there's nothing else you think you can tell me, answer. Quite so. Now you can go off and open a banking account. Question. Just one last question. Answer. Of course. Question. Wouldn't I do better to go off and open up a bank? No answer. No answer. No answer. No answer. No answer. No answer. That is interesting how much of an advantage the pause the music. It is interesting how much advantage, how much better a deal banks get off of our money than we do, right? We get like a tiny percentage thing of interest, right? But yeah, let's say we put it in savings, or we put it on, or we get like a bond or something, we can get interest. But if we just put it in the bank, we don't get very good interest, right? At all. They do when they lend it. You know what? With modern technology, you can invent like a banking system that's made up of regular people, right? Like it could be done. That's not good for the banks. I hope I don't get, guys. I hope I don't get. Listen, I love life. Okay, if I vanish, it was the bankers. Okay. Okay. What if you could make up like an app, right? And it's like basically the app. The bank is the app. So like everybody goes on there, and like when you can put your money into the bank, right? Into the app, you can send like $100 and just let them lend it out. I think Robinhood does this. I think Robinhood has this built in actually. I remember like for stocks or something, they have like some setting. They have some option for like selling your stocks out for like a third party, and then you can get them back, but then you technically still owe them at the same time. Kind of like banking in general, right? They do some kind of trick like that. to anyway. But yeah, couldn't you do like an app? And then like everybody like goes, okay, I put in this money, and then let it be lent out, and then the interest just goes to you, and then the app takes like 5% or something of the interest. That would be cool. That would be we could eliminate the need for banks or something like that. Like just let regular people stock money and make interest. And then obviously the app would also let you take out money and also let you borrow money, and at whatever interest rate. Just let an app do it nowadays. That would work just fine, I think. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but basically the banks are loaning out the money. Right. If I had a shit ton of money, I would bury it in my yard instead, maybe. Well, here's the thing. I think they're right, okay? I've been thinking about it a lot. So I don't know if you know or not, but our main website is Simps now, simps.com. And it operates on like on like blockchain ideas. Like it's like you buy a key to watch a stream, and then the value of the key is on a bonding curve and it goes up. You're kind of investing in the thing. These kind of new ideas with crypto and stuff like do open up these things to regular people. That's what people don't realize yet. I think that's also why they try to scare people away from it so much. And also all the scamming that's been done on crypto, which is a lot. Obviously there's been lots of scams on crypto, but if you think about it like that, it's like, well, how many scams have been done on the dollar? But anyway, so I've been thinking about these kind of ideas like in the modern way of doing it, and like I think I've been testing it for, I don't know, a couple months now, and my keys held value pretty good. Like over the months, like all my keys together used to be about $24 in like value that you could sell at any time if you held the keys. That was spread out. Originally, it was one room I made. Okay, I'll try to explain what happened. I made one room originally. The bonding curve was higher though, so when people bought it, the key went up really quickly. And eventually, when everybody bought keys to watch, and I bought some extra keys to sell, it was at like $24, right? And that's kind of ridiculous. And so the idea was you'd have to pay $24 to watch the stream in that room. So I started up extra rooms to kind of like offset this cost and purposely sink it a bit because the bonding curve was too high. But these are new ideas, right? So we're testing them. So anyway, I made like a basic room, and I gave Carl his own room, which is one of the characters on the stream, and I made a basic room, and to purpose kind of sink the cost, right? I multi-stream now to Simps to two different rooms in order to keep the cost down. But nonetheless, the keys held value pretty well. Once we spread out and we were over all three, I still had a value of like $24 overall, but it was in different rooms. Now the value is significantly less because I purposely sunk the cost because to make it cheaper to get into the rooms. I sold some of the keys I had and stuff like that. I liquidated some of the things to make it cheaper. Now it's like, I don't know what you added up to now. I think it's like $12, something like this. It'll go back up eventually is the thing, but on the bonding curve you get a pick, okay? So it's kind of up to you. And the bonding curve on the new rooms, okay, so I had the standard curve set up for the website on the first one, and I found that too high, right? It went up to $24. So you only need one key ever though, so it's not like it's a monthly cost. But anyway, so after it was spread out, and it was still like $24. What's the point to that? Well, the point is, money like that you put into things like that, like in investments, like it's similar to the stock market. If you're putting money into things like that, you can take your money out when you need to, right? Like you can sell. Okay, so let me say like an example. Like you could buy a couple keys for my room, right, and just hold on to it because you know it's going to stay pretty stable, right? And then that can be like a savings almost that you just cash out whenever, and it can go up in interest and go down. I mean, it can go up in value and go down in value. It depends on it's like a stock market kind of, right? But that money, because some of that goes to me when you do that, and because it raises the overall price and blah, blah, the amount I can get and blah, blah, your money is doing something in the world. Same with money invested in companies, right? And it's better to have your money doing that than to bury it or to buy gold and just hold on to it. Because gold and holding on to it The problem is that money is fake, right, and controlled by the other people. So it's not a really, it's a harder idea to do it with real money, right? Like fiat money. Other people are in control of all that, and so you getting into that game is you're purposely blocked out of the real game with fiat money, right? With dollars, you're purposely not allowed in. Which is why you have to like different traders at different levels of like the stock market and things. You have to have like a license of certain types and all these other things. You're purposely kept out of that game. But in the crypto game, you're not, because they tax it, but they can't really control that yet. Someday they might, right? They might try. Obviously, they're going to try. But there's still a lot you can do with crypto right now when it comes to this kind of stuff. And if you can keep your money moving around, if you can figure out how to do that and helping other people in the world, it would be good, right? It is good if you have like $100, right? Let's say, like, I'm just saying, just for an easy number, let's say you have $100, right? And you don't really need it. It would be nice if you could lend it out yourself, like that app idea or something, and somebody else can make use of it and then pay you back. And you make money, right? Like that does make sense, because you don't need it right now. You don't need that energy right now. Let somebody else use it and then pay you back. And you could figure out some kind of app that like does most of that on its own. Collecting money would be the hard part, I think. How would you build that into the app? I don't know. I have to think more about that though. Let's see. So I guess part of the problem with loaning money is what happens if the loanee loses all their money. Yeah, well, yeah, that's definitely part of the problem. Yeah, right. Is it the person can't pay it back? Definitely. But if you spread it out, I guess hopefully that wouldn't be an issue so much. I was half joking about bury money. Oh, okay. No, I understand, but I mean, a lot of people think about like buying gold. The reason I bring it up is because people think about like buying gold or whatever other asset that doesn't really do anything. You know, like it does gain value. But I just think you want assets that are like doing things. That's all. I think you do want to think of that. Sure, you can buy gold or whatever other thing that has like a good return on investment. If you want, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying don't do that. It's your money. But if like you want to change the world, right? You want to like help people in the world and yada yada. Your money has to be moving. Then your investments have to be in things. That aren't just you holding on to them. Like buying gold is like hoarding it like a dragon, and investing it into something is like being a banker, I guess. All right, here we go. Section 1. All right, so it says to read the section overview thing first, and then read the chapter intro. I'm not totally sure. I don't really see a chapter introduction. Look. I guess that's the introduction. Chapter 1. I guess this is, and then you. Do I skip the chapter at that point? I don't know. Let's read the start of the section first, and then we'll worry about that. What is the Federal Reserve System? The answer may surprise you. It is not federal, and there are no reserves. Furthermore, the Federal Reserve banks are not even banks. The key to the riddle is to be found not at the beginning of the story, but in the middle. Since this is not a textbook, we are not committed to a chronological structure. The subject matter is not curriculum to be mastered, but a mystery to be solved. So let us start where the action is. Chapter 1. The Journey to Jekyll Island. The secret meeting on Jekyll Island in Georgia, at which the Federal Reserve was conceived, the birth of a banking cartel to protect its members from competition, the strategy of how to convince Congress and the public that this cartel was an agency of the United States. The New Jersey railway station was bitterly cold that night. Flurries of the year's first snow swirled around streetlights. November wind rattled roof panels above the track shed and gave a long, mournful sound among the rafters. Okay, so we're in like the 1900s, right? Picture the 1900. Picture the 1900. The button stop working? There it goes. Picture the 1900 guys. We're in the 1900s now. Take us away to the 1900s, okay? We're in the 1900s now. Picture like I don't know. I don't have a really strong image of the 1900s, but I kind of can picture like pictures and stuff. It was approaching 10 p.m. and the station was nearly empty except for a few passengers scurrying to board the last southbound of the day. The rail equipment was typical for that year of 1910, mostly cars that converted into sleepers with cramped upper and lower berths. For those with limited funds, coach cars were coupled to the front. They would take the brunt of the engines to the front? Coaches on the front? Hold on. I'm stupid. I didn't know trains worked or something. They put coach on the front? Or, oh no, they mean just to the close. They just mean to the closest part of the engine, right? I'm stupid. Okay. They mean to the front of the cars. They mean the foremost cars are coach. Because they're the closest to the engine, so they're the loudest. Okay, sure. Got it. For those with limited funds, coach cars are coupled to the front. They would take the brunt of the engine's noise and smoke that somehow always managed to seep through unseen cracks. A dining car was placed between the sections as a subtle barrier between the two classes of travelers. By today's standards, the environment was drab. Chairs and mattresses were hard surfaces. Services were metal and scarred wood. Colors were dark green and gray. Now, something interesting is, isn't it nice to sleep on a hard mattress? Don't they say trains? I thought the engine was the back. The engine's the front, I think. And then you have the and then right behind that will be coach apparently, and a couple coach cars. Then you have the dining car. Then you have the nice ones at the end. And then maybe you have maybe you have some storage ones somewhere mixed in there, depending shipping containers somewhere on there too. Now mostly it's like shipping stuff, right? Like most trains you see now are just shipping containers. There's not nearly as much like travel by train as there used to be. I don't think. I'm sure they still do it. Like I've seen passenger trains still, but I'm sure it was much more common back then than it is now. In their hurry to board the train and escape the chill of the wind, few passengers noticed the activity at the far end of the platform. At a gate seldom used at this hour of night was a spectacular sight. Nudged against the end rail bumper was a long car that caused those few who saw it to stop and stare. Its gleaming black paint was accented with polished brass handrails, knobs, frames, and filigrees. The shades were drawn, but through the open door one could see mahogany paneling, velvet drapes, plush armchairs, and a well-stocked bar. Porters with white serving coats were busying themselves with routine chores, and there was also this distinct aroma of expensive cigars. Other cars in the station bore numbers on each end to distinguish them from the dull brothers, but numbers were not needed for this beauty. On the center of each side was a small plaque bearing but a single word: Aldrich. Oh, isn't that interesting? So they had like a regular train, right? And all the different carts were like, kind of crappy. Well, they were like okay for the time, right? But then you have like a super nice one that's like black. It says Aldrich on it. The inside is like chrome. It has, what did it say? Chrome for what was the handrails? Long gleaming polished brass. Yeah, it does. Sorry, brass. They have brass all over the handrails and stuff. Nice brass, and it's polished. And you got velvet. It would look really nice compared to the other stuff, right? It would look like a VIP room. The name of Nelson Aldrich, senator from Rhode Island, was well known even in New Jersey. By 1910, he was one of the most powerful men in Washington, D.C. In his private railway car. Oh, so back in the day before private jets, you'd have a private railway car, huh? And his private railway car often was seen at the New York and New Jersey rail terminals during frequent trips to Wall Street. Aldrich was far more than a senator. He was considered to be a political spokesman for big business. As an investment associate of J.P. Morgan, he had extensive holdings in banking, of course he does, manufacturing, and public utilities. His son-in-law was John D. Rockefeller, Jr. 60 years later, his grandson, Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller, would become Vice President of the United States. Goddamn. That might be a retarded saying. I thought the caboose was the back. The caboose. I think the caboose is the back. What is the? I think the caboose is a name of a train type, a car type, right? I think the caboose is the back. But what is the caboose? Hmm. Well, could it be more aesthetics than any actual thing? Sounds like Eldritch. It does kind of sound like Eldritch. It's like Aldrich. I don't know. I might be saying it wrong too. It could be like Aldrich or something. But it still would sound like Eldritch, kind of, right? Um, Now that's interesting, isn't it? He was an investment associate of J.P. Morgan. I mean, investment associate. He was an investment associate of J.P. Morgan, and his son-in-law was John D. Rockefeller Jr. Do you know what that means? His, the father of his son-in-law was John D. Rockefeller. Huh. That's wild, bro. That's wild to think about, no? Okay, sure. This guy's very important then, and it's wild. I don't even know who the guy is. If he was that, that he's that connected. That's not, bro. That's the start of a lot of stuff. John D. Rockefeller, right? The Rockefellers at the start. Crazy, and the junior in this case. When Aldrich arrived at the station, there was no doubt he was the commander of the private car, wearing a long fur-collared coat, silk top hat, and carrying a silver-tipped walking stick. He strode briskly down the platform with his private secretary, Shelton, and a cluster of porters behind him, hauling assorted trunks and cases. No sooner had the senator boarded his car when several more passengers arrived with similar collections of luggage. The last man appeared just moments before the final "all aboard." He was carrying a shotgun case. I don't know what a shotgun case is. While Aldrich was easily recognized by most of the travelers who saw him stride through the station, the other faces were not as familiar. These strangers had been instructed to arrive separately to avoid reporters, and should they meet inside the station, to pretend they did not know each other. After boarding the train, they had been told to use first names only, so as not to reveal each other's identity. Like in fucking Reservoir Dogs? Mr. Pink? Wow, what the fuck are these precautions? Well, also you were talking about loaning money. Didn't certain people loan money to both sides of the war? Well, yes. Yeah, yes. Well, yes, definitely. I want to get into, I want to read some kind of book about that too at some point. I'm sure there's a bunch of good, I got to figure out what like would be the best to read. I do want to get into that too. Ever since like I started getting into, okay, my like the origin story of me starting to read into this stuff was in economics and what happened in America and blah 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 is it's a kind of, it was a simple tale. I just went on Twitter one day after, okay, so for a long time I was like a monk studying Japanese. I basically cut off from the world. I went online like to talk to my friends. Like I had friends on Steam, you know, and AIM or whatever other things. And I was so I still hung out with people online, and I hung out with people in life a lot. But in a lot of ways I was like cut off from the world. You know, I didn't look into to like YouTube. I didn't watch YouTube even when it was pop. Like when in YouTube's heyday, I didn't watch YouTube. People would link me stuff sometimes, right? And I would watch it, but I wasn't like spending my time there. I was spending all my time learning Japanese for like 7 years. I quit weed, I quit alcohol, and I like, it wasn't all my time, but every free moment I had was about learning Japanese because I was trying to like, I was trying to prove I could do it. You know, I trying to prove I was a dropout. Um, Kind of had a chip on my shoulder about if I'm smart or if I'm like able to do things, you know, since I dropped out. And lots of people told me I couldn't do it. I couldn't learn Japanese. And also the other thing about it was I used to tell weebs, I would be like, bro, if you love Japanese shit so much, why don't you learn the language? And a certain point is like, if I don't learn Japanese, I'm a hypocrite because I love like old Japanese games and manga and all this kind of stuff. So at a certain point, it was like, well, I got to do it then. And then I got to get serious about it. And so I did get serious about it. I got as serious as you could. There was this method called all Japanese all the time. I didn't quite practice that, but I was inspired by that. It was mostly, my method was mostly Japanese most of the time. Because, you know, I mean, you gotta have time sometimes to do things in the real world. And I had a girlfriend at the time. So, like, you know, I had to find time to spend with her and blah blah blah. But like things I would do would be like would watch anime stuff with 2 sets of subtitles. Like I would set it up with 2 subtitles with Japanese subtitles and English. Um, I'd put like the Japanese like above it or on the side or something. Um, but anyway, my point is I was like I didn't know I wasn't connected to a lot of modern culture in a way, right? I was like a monk kind of. And then I come back, right, and I start trying to like have a presence online again because I had a presence online when I was young. I had like a clan in some MMO, this German MMO called Neocron. I used to hang out online a lot. I used to have friends online a lot. So I'm like, okay, you know, let me get into this. I never got into social media really. Let me start being online. So I go on Twitter and stuff, right? And I make a post one time like, um, comic books are dying, and this was like 2020 or 2021 or something like this. And comic books are dying, and it really bums me out. And I got all these weirdos attacking me, like comic books are not for you anymore. Well, oh, what white guy? You don't like comic books? I'm like, huh? They're not for you anymore. Maybe deal with that. And like all these kind of weird posts like that. I'm like, what is happening? And then and some people would ask like, and I so in response I'd be like, okay, if I'm wrong, what books do you currently read? And then they would get even more mad at that, right? I'd be like, okay, so you're telling me comic books are fine. Okay, what books are you reading so I can check them out? I'm still innocent, like a poor little duck or something at this point, believing they might answer me. And they go, what are you, gatekeeping? You some kind of gatekeeper? Well, you can't gatekeep your community. You can't gatekeep comic books from us. And it's like, bro, I'm not asking that. Do you read comic books? None of them read comic books. These people that were attacking me didn't even read them. And so, and they would ask me things like, just like a dog pile out of nowhere, bro, is what it felt like. Because I just posted, it was just a post, right? It was like just on my timeline. I just posted that. Comics are dying and it bums me out. That's it. That's what I said. And just out of nowhere, all these fuckers are coming and posting on it. And like, what the fuck? And all angrily too. And I had like some debates with them and they would lie. And I noticed they would lie. That was a big key part for me, that I noticed like I would have debates with them and facts wouldn't matter to them, right? They wouldn't give a fuck about facts. And here's the debate I would have with them. Well, first, let me finish. Some of them would ask like, what do you like now? Well, what are you reading now then? I'm like, I read manga now. And they're like, oh, because it's Japanese people and they're white. Like, what? No, because they're cool, man. I still got a lot of manga I like to read. And they're like, what are you fucking, what, huh? Because they're racist? No. This is how people were in the comic book. Comic book had the assault. Comic books, all creative outlets, all creative modes of things got taken over by the communists back then, right? Like, everything did. Cool. I lived in Okinawa. Nice, for 15 months in the Marine Corps. Hell yeah. Also quarter Japanese. That's awesome. That was like 2007, though, so it's been a while. I feel ya. Fuck, I still need to read Berserk. You should. Yes. Do read Berserk. Furikuri. Whatever. Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff, right? A lot of good older anime and stuff. I'm with you. Like I like Trigun a lot. That was one of the things, that Trigun was actually one of the things that kind of like inspired me to read Japanese. I wanted to read the manga. In like its native, thing. Trigun I liked a lot. I like Trigun a lot. I liked a lot of that stuff in that era, a fair amount. What else was the story? Okay, so oh yeah, so they would lie, and this was more shocking than being attacked, was that they would lie. Like I couldn't provide evidence. So what the argument was they would accuse me of lying about saying comic books are dying. Okay? And I'm like, okay, well, here's the data. Here's why I'm suggesting this. Now, it was hard to prove. It was kind of blurred. And that's why here's what I discovered from these interactions, was that these types of people that are programmed this way, and I didn't realize they were programmed at the time, they purposefully, if you have to like put a couple facts together and think and reason, they won't follow it, is what they'll choose to do. They just won't listen, right? Because if I'm going to explain something to you and it requires a little bit of effort, what the program people will do is not take that effort and just dismiss you and act like you're wrong. right? I'm sure you know. I'm sure you know those people now that I'm talking about. They're everywhere. They will, if your argument requires like defining it and any kind of like thought to be put into it. If it isn't like a news article headline that you can link them, or a study you can link them, and it immediately says the thing you're saying. If it isn't that kind of evidence, they dismiss it because they just don't choose to think about it. It blew my mind at the time. But anyway, so my comics are dying, and so I assembled some evidence to make the case. And they would just, let's say I'm like lying or something. A couple people came and said he's right, but it wasn't many people. Okay, so like, how did I show it? Well, I showed that a couple of things. It's like three things to show it. So there aren't strong at the time. There weren't actual reports of comic book sales like in the shop, right? Direct, whatever you call that, the paper sales. They didn't keep track of that. They didn't release that. Well, they kept track of that. I'm sure they didn't release it though. So to figure that out, what I did was I looked at comic book sales year to year overall, the whole market, right? So I gave them that data, and I showed them between, I can't remember the years, so forgive me on that, but it was like 2020 to 2021, whatever year it was like the year before to that year. It showed that the sales were about the same, okay? And that's what they would bring up and go like, look, they're the same, they're not doing worse, but I would also show that it showed reports. I mean, they said that manga sales, manga collected trade sales, which is part of the comic market, okay, were like 10 times more in that year. They were 10 times more. And then trade paperback sales, which is old comics, were 4 times more than they were the year before. And those are the two things I showed, right? So if you think about it, if the overall market sales is the same, but manga is up 10 times, trade paperbacks are up 4 times. What does that mean for the paper ones? Because that's the other part of the market. That's the third part. How are they doing? Well, clearly they're doing worse. If those two are doing way better, 10 times, 4 times, and then the market is the same, then they're doing horribly probably, right? That's implied they're doing horribly. But none of them would even listen to that because it requires a little bit of thinking. And if they can just, what's up, Stevie? Happy Thanksgiving weekend. Thank you. Humans are dumb. I might be a nihilist and a misanthrope, but that is on the macro scale. Well, here's the thing, bro. I feel you, okay? I feel you, but I think on the macro, don't think on the macro scale as much as you can. Because it's mostly the macro scale is how they trick you. Like, to think on the thing about, okay, so like, here's what I remind myself. Like, you can't really imagine in your mind and keep track of 1,000 things. Imagine in your mind keeping track of 1,000 people and their decisions and stuff. Like, this is the reason central planning will never work. Communism will never work. Is because, like, actually think about it. Actually try it. You can't do it, right? But then we act like with the socioeconomic theories and this other stuff, sociology, other stuff, we can understand it and predict it. But it's not infallible. Even if I give it some credit as being somewhat accurate, which I don't really. I don't think that stuff's very accurate at all. The truth is still that it can't be, the accuracy isn't 100%, but people act like it is. People act like thinking on this macro scale is 100% accuracy, which no, most certainly not. Once you shift any scale where you can no longer like keep track of everything in it, there's gonna be a percentage of inaccuracy, right? Your predictions are no longer going to be able to be sure that they're, because like, for example, if you can't predict, like your system, if you can't build a system that can predict what like 1,000 people are going to want for breakfast tomorrow, then you can't do any of it. You can't do it because that's such a simple thing that you would need to be able to do. And think about actually trying to do that. That's insane. Insane. So that, I don't know. And okay, so the people are dumb thing. I think we're taught that in order to be nihilistic. I think we're taught that most people are dumb to be nihilistic. I think what I've done is shrink the world down to just like me, the people I know, and I mean I think about the macro like it's thought experiments, right? But I don't think about it like as facts, if you get me. Like the idea that people are dumb is not a fact to me. That most people are dumb. It's not a fact to me. I get it, and sure, I look around and like everybody's like programmed and zombified with this communist shit. But I don't know. I think that I try not to have the construct of like most people or the world, because I think it's just focusing on that stuff just makes you like depressed, and like it doesn't really lead to real solutions or anything. Um, and it's just nice, nicer to shrink your world, I think. I agree. It's better to not think that way. Yeah, yeah, you get me. So yeah, yeah. If you can, I try to shrink your world to just the things that are important to you. Like, what's the thing? The Serenity Prayer. Hold on. Let me look. I gotta let go of this button. The Serenity Prayer. Let's see. It's like that. Most people like know it and they've heard it and yada yada. But like, uh, really think about what's in it, because if if you really accept that stuff, the world's a lot better. It's God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Right? That simple thing, it explains pretty much everything. How you should think, I think, how you should interact with the world. Because so often we worry about things that we can't have anything to do with. So there's no point in even being in our brain. You know, like if we don't have any power over it, it's almost worthless to be in your brain. Um, like it pays to be informed, blah blah blah. Does it? Does it actually? Have you ever? What have you actually paid or benefited from being informed? How often is that actually paid off? Versus spending your time like reading books, thinking about other more practical things, working on some kind of skill. All that stuff's better use of your time, I think. Talking to friends, hanging out with friends, hanging out with family. I think all that stuff is very valuable. Um, More valuable than people realize, probably. All right, back to the book. I'm agnostic though, wearing Thor's hammer and a Grim Reaper set. Bro, I'm agnostic too. I feel you. I'm not. I know the God is in the prayer. I'm agnostic too. I believe in like Oh, cause we could talk about that real quick. I believe in like that I'm subservient to the truth and that I live in reality. Right. So that kind of makes me line up with some Christian ideas. Because being straight like atheist and saying like okay, a lot of atheists basically believe they're God. They believe in like Gnostic ideas, like that their mind can create reality. A lot of people believe that way, especially communists. Um, but I think it's very important to understand that reality is not relative. There is a truth, but otherwise, I don't believe in Christianity really. I do think they're right on a lot of like the virtues. Um, like that you should put truth at the top. It's important to be truthful. It's important to use right reason based on the truth. Those things are important, and that is Christian ideals. But I'm not Christian by any means. I was raised a little bit Christian, but like my mother used to read me the Bible and stuff. But I'm in no way Christian. So I'm blasphemous as they can be, I think. Well, not really. I definitely wouldn't consider myself Christian anyway. I was raised Catholic, so basically hold Christian values. Gotcha. That makes sense, yeah. 45% Polak, 20% Japanese, and the rest Euromut. Yeah, well, I'm Sicilian. Some percentage Sicilian I know because my grandfather came over, right? The other percentages are just like less, like they're around all over the place. Like okay, so my grandfather came over, his wife, my grandmother, his second wife, she she had this photocopy of a letter from Abraham Lincoln to somebody in her line. I forget, like great grandfather or something. So her heritage is like old school American. So I have a bit of old school American, and then like English on my mom's side, English and some other stuff on my mom's side. Kind of mutt, like you're a mutt, like you're saying on my mom's side. They traced back our lineage on that side. My mother's sister got into is a Mormon now, and if you know about Mormons, they Mormons they do this genealogy stuff. where they have some of the best genealogy on the planet, because they try to go back and baptize everyone that's related to a current Mormon, right? They try to baptize everyone because they couldn't have done it when they were alive. They didn't know about Mormons. So they have some weird thing where they do that. So anyway, she looked up our family history on that side, and I haven't seen the full, like, everything she found, but she found some interesting note. An interesting note was on that side, are apparently related to some bastard, English bastard that is also related to Obama. Like, I'm like 13th cousin from some English bastard that is also 13th cousin to Obama, which I found that kind of weird. Huh. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that. Okay, where was I? Where was I? We're talking about all this. We have the Rockefeller stuff. Interesting. The names. Oh yeah, like the they can only say the first name on the cart. So we're back in 1910 again, guys. We're looking at a train on a station. There's a nice private car that's like black. It's got finished copper. I never get brass, not copper. I get fucking brass and copper. Okay, brass. Nice brass handrails and things, velvet inside. Very nice, right? And they have all these people coming on, and they're apparently told to only use their first names with each other, like Reservoir Dogs, but just the first name. If not Mr. Pink, it'd be like Jerry or Dave. As a result, As a result of these precautions, not even the private car porters and servants knew the names of these guests. Isn't that interesting? And again, who else is meeting here? Who else is meeting on this car? Well, the guy we know of that owns the car, Aldrich, is an investment associate of J.P. Morgan, and his son-in-law was John D. Rockefeller, Jr. Back at the main gate, there was a double blast from the engine's whistle. Suddenly, the gentle sensation of motion, the excitement of a journey begun. But no sooner than the train cleared the platform when it stuttered to a stop. Then, to everyone's surprise, it reversed direction and began moving toward the station again. Had they forgotten something? Was there a problem with the engine? Sorry, dear. No, it was fun, bro. And I enjoyed talking about that. And like the way I have it set up now, if I was gonna edit it down or something, I pull up this other one so I know, like, I could, like, I think I could auto edit these parts out with the face up. I think I could use AI to do that. I have the AI set up for like spoken things. I bet I could do that too. One day I'll figure out how to do that. But anyways, if I was editing it out, it'd be really easy to edit the parts with the face, right? Because they're clearly out of they're clearly when I'm not reading the book. So I can take whatever digressions I want, okay? We're fine, we're good. A sudden lurch and the slam of couplers gave the answer. They had picked up another car at the end of the train, possibly the mail car. In an instant, the forward motion was resumed. Okay, so the train stops, goes back, hitches onto another car that nobody knows about, I guess, and then goes forward. I don't know if that's the private one or a different one. And all thoughts returned to the trip ahead into minimal comforts of the accommodations. And so, as the passengers drifted off to sleep, that night to the rhythmic clicking of steel wheels against rail, little did they dream that riding in the car at the end of their train were 7 men who represented an estimated 1/4 of the total wealth of the entire world. Huh? This was a roster of the Aldrich car that night. Nielsen W. Aldrich, Republican whip in the Senate, chairman of the National Monetary Commission, business associate of J.P. Morgan, father-in-law to John D. Rockefeller Jr. Number 2, Abraham Piatt Andrew, assistant secretary of the United States Treasury. Number 3, Frank A. Vanderlip, president of the National City Bank of New York, the most powerful of the banks at that time, representing William Rockefeller and the international investment banking house Kuhn, Loeb and Company. Number 4, Henry P. Davison, senior partner of the J.P. Morgan Company. Number 5, Charles D. Norton, president of J.P. Morgan's First National Bank of New York. 6, Benjamin Strong, head of J.P. Morgan's Banker Trust Company. And number 7, Paul M. Warburg, a partner in Cohen Loeb and Company, a representative of the Rothschild banking dynasty in England and France, and brother to Max Warburg, who was head of the Warburg Banking Consortium in Germany and the Netherlands. Wasn't that one interesting? Once you say Rothschild, you're gonna feel pointing. Once you say Rothschild, you're gonna feel pointing at a certain group of people, right? We have a note here. In private correspondence between the author and Andrew L. Gray, the grandnephew of Abraham P. Andrew Mr. Gray claims that Strong was not in attendance. On the other hand, Frank Vanderlip, who was there, says in his memoirs that he was. How could Vanderlip be wrong? Gray's response: he was in his late 70s when he wrote the book and the essay in question. Perhaps the wish was father to the thought. If Vanderlip truly was in error, it was perhaps not so significant after all, because as Gray admits, Strong would have been among those few to be let in on the secret. In the absence of further confirmation to the contrary, we are compelled to accept Vanderlip's account. Okay, so he said when he made his memoirs and he was dying, that he was there, and then somebody else said he wasn't there. Concentration of wealth. Centralization of control over financial resources was far advanced by 1910. In the United States, there was two main focal points of this control: the Morgan Group and the Rockefeller Group. Within each orbit was a maze of commercial banks, acceptance banks, and investment firms. In Europe, the same process had proceeded even further and had coalesced into the Rothschild Group and the Warburg Group. Oh, and the one guy's there to represent them, right? An article appeared in the New York Times on May 3rd, 1931, commenting on the death of George Baker, one of Morgan's closest associates. It said 1/6 of the total wealth of the world was represented by the members of the Jekyll Island Club. The Jekyll Island Club. That's interesting. So what was it? Jefferson had a club. The what is it called? He had a club of like people that the workers and stuff to like come together and come up with ideas. It was called the what's the name of the club? It's like iron. It's something about like a. One second, I'll look it up. Okay, it was a Junto Club, but that was a Leather Apron Club. Leather Apron Club. Yeah, the Leather Apron Club. Benjamin Franklin started it. The Junto Club or the Leather Apron Club was a club for mutual improvement established in 1727 by Benjamin Franklin in Philadelphia. The Leather Aprons Club purpose was to debate questions of morals, politics, and natural philosophy, and to exchange knowledge of business affairs. It was kind of a secret society, right? But not really a secret, and with like obvious aims. I've wanted to make my own. I wanted to make my own Leather Apron Club for a long time. I thought about building one out of translators, right? Because then we could like know stuff from all over the world. Like I get to see like like business documents from Japan and things like this. Like so I've thought about doing it. But anyway, so this is that kind of club. There's been all kinds in history that definitely had big effects on the world. That's one of them. And the one before that was the Dry Club, which was John Locke, William Popple, and Benjamin Furley, and other people. But John Locke's the most important, probably, of those. Okay. It did not include the Rockefeller Group or the European financiers. When all of these are combined, the previous estimate that 1/4 of the world's wealth was represented by these groups is probably conservative. In 1913, the year that the Federal Reserve Act became law, a subcommittee of the House Committee on Currency and Banking under the chairmanship of Arsene Pujo of Louisiana completed its investigation into the concentration of financial power in the United States. Pujo was considered to be a spokesman for the oil interests, part of the very group under investigation. and did everything possible to sabotage the hearings. In spite of his efforts, however, the final report of the committee at large was devastating. Nice, we have the report. Cool. So this shit I've been talking about as a Marine, the most decorated Marine wrote war is a racket, like 1930s. Yeah, huh? I mean, it is. It definitely is. I think one of the things about thinking about the thing I didn't realize about war being a racket was the banking side. Really, like the World War One, I knew kinda, right? But only recently I really started to dig into like the World War One debts and all this kind of shit that happened. Well, it wasn't World War One; it was before World War One. But what led to World War One? And I mean, even World War Two, of course, is a direct like. Without World War One, you wouldn't have World War Two. It makes you think, though, right? Like people say, like Hitler is the most evil thing, but is the Fed? Did the Fed not create Hitler? Did like the bankers not create Hitler? In a way, right? You kind of like when you think about these things, it's like, maybe we're not we're not looking under the right stones. Maybe we're not blaming the right people. Maybe we're missing something. And again, the bankers' control was part of what Hitler was took up as a thing to go against, right? But he labeled the bankers as all Jewish. He considered the bankers all Jewish. And anybody that wasn't, he considered a puppet, right, of other Jewish people. So without the Fed, without that wealth consolidation plan of World War One, Hitler wouldn't have existed, and all those people wouldn't have died too. I mean, there's tons of stuff that wouldn't have happened. Wild to think about the U.S. war. Yeah. We went into Central America to fight for bananas. Well, it seems like America pretty much became the powerhouse it is, not from the wars, right, but from loaning so much money for the wars. Right, like America went from before World War One, just another power on the stage, to the supreme power was the banking part, was the Fed part. That's what shifted our position, right, during World War One, was the payback and money being paid back. Also, I was reading like some countries didn't pay off their debts for World War One until like 2010 or 2009, like it's in the 2000s for some of these countries. The committee is satisfied from the proof submitted. Okay, so this is a final report from this committee, the House Committee on Currency and Banking. Your committee is satisfied from the proof submitted that there is an established and well-defined identity and community of interest between a few leaders of finance, which have resulted in great and rapidly growing concentration of the control of money and credit in the hands of these few men. Under our system of issuing and distributing corporate securities, the investing public does not buy directly from the corporation. The securities travel from the issuing house through the middlemen to the investor. It is only the great banks or bankers with access to the mainsprings of the concentrated resources made up of other people's money in the banks, trust companies, and life insurance companies with the control of the machinery for creating markets and distributing securities who had the power to underwrite or guarantee the sale of large-scale security issues. The men who, through their control over the funds of our railroad and industrial companies, are able to direct where such funds shall be kept, and thus to create these great reservoirs of the people's money, are the ones who are in a position to tap these reservoirs for the ventures in which they are interested, and to prevent their being tapped for purposes which they do not approve. When we consider also in this connection that into these reservoirs of money and credit there flow a large part of the reserves of the banks of the country, that they are also agents and correspondents of the out-of-town banks in the loaning of their surplus funds in the only public money market of the country, and that a small group of men and their partners and associates have now further strengthened their hold upon the resources of these institutions by acquiring large stock holdings therein, by representation on their boards, and through valuable patronage, we begin to realize something of the extent to which this practical and effective domination and control of our greatest financial, railroad, and industrial corporations has developed, largely within the past 5 years, and that it is fraught with peril to the welfare of the country. That's from Herman E. Cross, Documentary History of Currency and Banking in the United States. Final report from the Pujo Committee, February 28, 1913. Huh. Um, the Antifa were commies. Antifa. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if I don't know how much the current ones aren't still commies. The anarcho. Okay. Here's the thing: if somebody's really an anarchist, like the anarchist principles are the most important thing, then I might share a lot with them. I might. But like I used to be more dumb on communism before I started researching it. Um, if they really value the anarchism part or like the independence and all that kind of stuff, the liberty part, then I might be able to break bread with them, even if they call themselves anarcho-communists. But a lot of the anarcho-communists are still really just communists. Um, like if you actually like a lot of them when I talk to them, they're still they still basically like they still are basically communists. They still believe in a lot of that fundamental commie ideas. Um, but if they're more about the anarchism or the like people being able to take care of their own stuff, then sometimes I can get along with those guys. Because like I said, when I was younger, I didn't know anything. I listened to NoFX and stuff like that, right? Punk rock and stuff like there's a lot of pro-communism and that stuff, and I didn't realize anything about it back then. I didn't realize anything back then. I consider myself an anarchist theoretically, though more libertarian. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, I'm probably similar, right? I don't think you have to use the labels, and I don't necessarily think you like I mean, I kind of think of politics itself. Like if you think of politics, it's like a game to make people think that they're like controlling things. But obviously, the real tools of control are always economics, right? The real tools of control are always actually economics, which is why I mean Marx was smart enough to realize that, right? So he painted his thing as an economic. He's painted his religion as a system of economics. Um, yeah, I'm with you though. I'm same. I don't trust the government. I want us to limit. Like the founding fathers agreed. Like the government was seen as tyranny, right? Like the more state control you have, the more possible tyranny you have. The founding fathers understood that when they came up with it with a lot of this stuff. But since then we've forgotten it. We've decided to like. So it's not like I feel you totally. Like you can build a government, and our founding fathers tried to that like limits power and blah 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 to try to minimize these problems of the state. Um, but the state itself is tyranny, right? And that's something we have to understand and think about anytime we think about it. The state is tyranny. Of course it is, right? Like so the question is, how much tyranny do you need to like for these? There are some important things, right? You want to say like, okay, we want borders, we want to protect those borders, whatever else you agree that like we want to a shared interest in, and that's the reason we need a state. Nonetheless, we just like we got to minimize it to just that level of power, right? We don't want any more. They give them any more, and they'll strangle us with it. Because once you create something, then its main initiative is to keep itself going and the prosperity of itself and the people in it, right? So same with like the banks, like in that question and answer thing earlier, where it was like, what's the interest of the banks to make money for themselves, right? Any organization, and that includes the state, will care about itself, so it becomes an entity apart from the common people and the populace instead of an agent and arm of it. It becomes something that has to justify its own existence and feed off the people, by the way, even more so now than ever. The state is a vampire. It requires our blood to live. Without it, it can't. Without it, it can't. So it's like, how strong do you let the vampire be just to ensure these other things? That's kind of the question, I think. My favorite Xmas songs are Fuck Christmas by Fear and A Gun for Christmas by NoFX. Nice. Yeah. Constitution is supposed to limit the power of government. Yeah. It was sort of like after the Prohibition ended. Yeah, you get me. We probably feel very similar on these things then. Yeah. All right, let's see. Such was the nature of the wealth and power represented by those 7 men who gathered in secret that night and traveled in luxury Senator Aldrich's private car. Something about that. Okay, let me think about that. So already in, what was this? That report came out 1913. The government was already like, bro, these people are controlling what basically, like, so there's basically, and it's probably still true, right? There's a small group of people that get to decide what they want, like, the world's money to go into. And now people point to like BlackRock and these other organizations, but I bet they're still beholden to these other people. They're probably just like, you know, they funnel through these things too. But anyway, so there's a small group of people. There definitely was in 1913. I'm sure there is now. That, like, what they want to do, right? Whatever they want to do is where the money of the world that's in savings and investments goes, whether you like it or not. And whatever they don't want to do doesn't happen. Like, they stamp it out, right? They're like, nope, don't like that. And so they make it not possible. Or they like they did with the like they did for the truckers in Canada, right? They're like, nope, don't like that. Yeah, that's almost certainly true. And there's probably who knows how much stuff we don't notice because they don't want us to notice. Something I think is very interesting that I've thought about over the years is people are so like regular people, and this is how you know regular people are dumb, is they're so they're so like after validation and being seen as powerful, being seen as important, being seen as this, right? To being people knowing them. But what does real power want? Real power, the ultimate magic spell for real power is invisibility, right? The really powerful don't want anybody to know. If you are somebody, if you see somebody and they're trying to be like well known, you know they're a schmuck in the game of the actual real game, right? Anybody actually in the game is invisible or barely seeable, like, and you don't know what they're doing. Nobody with real power wants to be seen. That's the thing. Destination Jekyll Island. As the train neared its destination of Raleigh, North Carolina, the next afternoon it slowed and then stopped in the switching yard just outside the station terminal. Quickly, the crew threw a switch, and the engine nudged the last car onto a sliding where, just as quickly, it was uncoupled and left behind. Okay, so they didn't even know, like, nobody even noticed. When passengers stepped onto the platform at the terminal a few moments later, their train appeared exactly as it had been when they boarded. Oh, whoa, okay. So this extra car was way at the end, right, of the track. It wasn't connected to the train when they were leaving, so if you saw it, you wouldn't have thought it was even on it necessarily. And then as the train starts up, it goes back real quick, hooks it, goes, then drops it off before they get to the final stop to hide that it was even there. Right, so so most people don't even know it was there. That's pretty crazy. Their train, they could not know that their traveling companions for the night at the very instant were joining still another train, which within the hour would depart southbound once again. The elite group of financiers was embarked on a 1,000-mile journey that led them to Atlanta, then to Savannah, and finally to the small town of Brunswick, Georgia. At first, it would seem that Brunswick was an unlikely destination. Located on the Atlantic seaboard, it was primarily a fishing village with a small but lively port for cotton and lumber, and had a population of only a few thousand people. But, by that time, the sea islands that sheltered the coast from South Carolina to Florida already had become popular as winter resorts for the very wealthy. One such island, just off the coast of Brunswick, had recently been purchased by J.P. Morgan and several of his business associates, and it was here that they came to the fall and winter to hunt ducks or deer and to escape the rigors of old weather in the north. It was called Jekyll Island. When the Aldrich car was uncoupled onto a siding at the small Brunswick station, it was indeed conspicuous. Word traveled quickly to the office of the town's weekly newspaper. While the group was waiting to be transferred to the dock, several people from the paper approached and began asking questions. That's funny. The local, like it's a small, tiny town, right? But like the local reporter's like, bro, what the fuck's this guy doing here? So they run out there and start. So that's how we know some of this stuff happened even. Who were Miss Aldrich's guests? And why were they here? Was there anything special happening? Mr. Davidson, who was one of the owners of Jekyll Island, who was well known to the local paper, told me these were merely personal friends and they'd come for a simple amusement of duck hunting. Satisfied that there was no real news in the event, the reporters returned to their office. That kind of thing is why reporting and journalism is good. Tons of examples why it's not, though. Even after arrival at the remote island lodge, the secrecy continued. For 9 days, the rule for first names only remained in effect. Full-time caretakers and servants had been given vacation. An entirely new, carefully screened staff was brought in for the occasion. This was done to make absolutely sure that none of the servants might recognize by sight the identities of these guests. It is difficult to imagine any event in history, including preparations for war, that was shielded from public view with greater mystery and secrecy. The purpose of this meeting on Jekyll Island was not to hunt ducks. Simply stated, it was to come to an agreement on the structure and operation of a banking cartel. The goal of the cartel, as is true with all of them, was to maximize profits by minimizing competition between members, to make it difficult for new competitors to enter the field, and to utilize the police power of government to enforce the cartel agreement. In more specific terms, the purpose and indeed the actual outcome of this meeting was to create the blueprint for the Federal Reserve System. The Freemason Lodge is next to the fish hatchery in town. Sure. About women, let me go back up. What's up, Clips? This weekend is the Rust Talk. Cracky, are you ready? Yeah, I mean, I'm always ready, bro. You know me, Clips. I'm always ready. I'm reading a book right now. Oh, so you're a multi-streamer now. Yes, I'm a multi-streamer, Ollie. Okay, I'm back on everything, so people start complaining at me that I'm not on their platform of choice. Okay, Mister. I'm happy to see you. What's up? I'm ready, Clips. I'm ready, Clips. Oh, I wanted to have chat on the screen when I pulled this up. Sorry, it's not, but it's actually supposed to be. I'm just realizing it now. Why isn't it? Why isn't it captured? Give me a second. Now that's out of the way. Well, I'm still primarily a Simp streamer, just for the record. Simps is my home of voice. Right there, no, there. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. I just had to recapture it. Okay, then you can see the chat. It's hazy though and hard to see a little. Not being loud. The Freemasons. That's pretty funny. The Freemasons Lodge is next to the fish hatchery. That's crazy. Yeah. Pretty wild. Hold on, I'm gonna hold this button like this and make it a little more visible. I want the face corner with the eye to be visible still though. Okay. That. Okay. Good. Perfect, guys. Perfect. I see it. Do you? What are we talking about? Oh yeah, Clips. I'm ready for the Rust Talk, bro. Bro, do you know, Clips? Do you know all week I've been getting random angry communists or whatever they are, random angry people from his audience from the one temple. Sorry, don't say his real name because who cares? Tourist Trap, from the Tourist Trap guy. Because here's what happened. Oh, Clips, are you here? If you're here, let me know. I'll tell you the story of what happened between me and that guy if you're here. Because I told the story yesterday. I'll tell it again if you want to hear it. Let's see. For many years, I was going to say, what I thought about saying here was, this is why so many people think like capitalism is the problem too, right? This kind of stuff, they say that's capitalism. This kind of like control and cartel bullshit, right? This kind of like cartel organizing thing is what communists see as capitalism, right? And that's why they hate it. To be fair, these things are worth hating, but they're actually they're more central planning. They lead more towards their side than the free market side. In my view, there's two things. There's private and there's public. Public is state and state control, the people, controlled by the people. Private is the individual, the family, the small business. And I favor private every time. Every time. I think the private can do better every time. And I think any shift towards public is worse. And that would include, now public would include systems of control of other people like this. So this definitely falls into the public, especially with government backing. So the business plot was to instill Smedley Butler as a dictator, and Smedley Butler ratted out, wanted to do that, and was largely proven correct in court, and no one was ever charged. Sure, that makes sense. The Marxist days are numbered. I don't know, man. Do you think so? I think Marxist basis. I mean, I think like, bro. I think I don't. I think yes, in a way, but I think like what we have to understand is the escape. We have to escape, and you have to escape economically. We have to build, in my opinion, parallel markets, and like we have to like use crypto or something like it, and move all of our money, all of our resources out of the like regular systems. Because as long as we keep our money in like anything, in fiat money or investments in the system as it is, we don't have it, and they do in reality, and they're using it against us. So, have to figure out a way to. Financial freedom is not having a bunch of money, in my opinion. Financial freedom is having money that's not controlled by anybody else, and that you can use to trade, right? And the more convenient to trade, the better. That's why crypto, I think, is a real option. Like lots of people don't get the value of it yet, but I hope people do, man, because I mean, like maybe we don't have the right, like the actual answer there of which crypto to use or whatever thing. Maybe it hasn't been invented yet, but nonetheless, it does seem like the only way to possibly get freedom from this, because this is going to come collapsing down eventually. Well, first, before it collapses, the weight of the debts is going to be pushed onto the regular people even more, right? So that's why for freedom, you have to get out of that system, because otherwise it's going to strangle you. They're going to keep strangling it and strangling it and strangling it until it breaks. And then when it breaks, they have some other plan, right, to push something else and try to like get even further control. Because like we asked the other day, we watched Thomas Sowell talking about Vision of the Anointed. It was called his book Vision of the Anointed. And he brings up there's it was 4 stages. I'm not sure anything about 4-stage plan that like elites always use to for control. It's like number 1, you identify a problem like something like teen pregnancy. That's not really a problem. Teen pregnancy, then you come up with a solution. That's step 2. Sex ed, right? I don't remember all the steps. Let's just say let's say 3 steps. We can check what he actually wrote. 2, then you create a solution to it, sex ed. Then after that, it actually creates the problem, right? And then you're justified in creating the solution, and then you further the solution, and you gain more control. And you keep pushing it. And that's like every government plan ever. It's like every government plan ever. They never solve anything. They make the problem worse. They can't get away on what they've sown on the internet. What do you mean by that, Ollie? Which thing are you talking about? They can't get, this will be around for a very long time. Sure. Describes all wars. With the Fed? Or what? Smedley Butler was a 2-star general in the Marine Corps. At the time, it was the most decorated Marine. Well, yeah, we are like 38 billions in debt. Yeah, everybody's in debt, bro. Everybody's in debt. I looked up the other day Israel because I was wondering if we ever like give loans or we just give them money. They're like 300 billion in general debt, which is interesting. We mostly give them money though. I think for a distraction, I guess is why we do it. I was wondering why. I'm like, why do we do it? If it's not a debt, if it's not a loan, why do we do it? I think it's for the distraction. I think it's for the distraction Israel represents, both to like the Islamic nations and people that are looking for like who controls the world. It's nice for the people that really do to have Israel there as a red herring, right? So that's probably why more than anything, I would think. The story is confirmed. For many years after the event, educators, commentators, and historians denied the Jekyll Island meeting ever took place. So this is in 1910, something like this. And all these people, all these bankers and government people are meeting on Jekyll Island to discuss setting up this cartel. Even now, the accepted view is that the meeting was relatively unimportant, and only paranoid unsophisticates would try to make anything out of it. Isn't that wild? They always paint you as like, as a paranoid, like delusional person. If you ever try to point out corruption at all, everybody else is like, no. Like speaking of recently with that freaking tourist trap guy on Kick. People just act like I'm crazy. We're trying to point out the scam that Russ did. I'm gonna try to I'm gonna talk about it in the kick chat. I'm sure I'm gonna get timed out though. In my opinion, whenever Cliffs comes back, let me know, Cliffs, if you whenever you're here. I want to talk to him about it because I figured out a fair amount of the scam. I think I figured out the scam. I think. Why do I say that? Well, check it out. Right. Here's the scam. It's almost like a reverse pump and dump. It's well, a reverse rug pull or a delayed rug pull. I'm not sure what to call it. You guys, if you guys got names, let me know. So here's the scam that the Rust event actually is. Now, Rust players or streamers or viewers or whatever, they want to believe that it was a real event. But if you look at the numbers objectively, and then they're very suspicious. They're very not like okay. So the main defense given for the irregular numbers, which they don't notice are irregular because they're not looking, is that they say, you don't understand how drops work, LOL. You don't understand how drops work, LOL. That's the thing. Oh, thank you for following on there. That's the excuse given to us. Okay. Now, what is the evidence that the numbers are suspicious? Well, here's number. There's 2 points that are very important for this. Okay. Number one, the number why they seem to be inflated. Number one, most of the streamers that had a very high viewership, like 13,000, 7,000, 9,000, their viewership maintained consistent over the full course of the event, which was 7 days. Why is this important? Well, the excuse given is drops. How long does it take to get all the drops? It's 8 hours. Okay? Do you see? I think you guys have put these lines together yourself. And then number two, that's suspicious enough. That's implication enough. I have 3 points, and you can double check them yourself too. I have 3 points using data, right? And you can check the data on your own because it's on the internet. Number two was the redemptions for the Rust event itself. Now, if you don't know, specific streamers had exclusive drops, exclusive items that you had to watch their stream for to get. Now, why is this interesting? Well, people that had 4 times the viewership of most of the other streamers in the event had similar to or less than the same amount of claims on their unique drops. So they had 4 times people watching them, but they had similar claims. They had, what was it, like 140,000. And then the guy with 1/4 of their viewership has 170,000. And there were actually like 2 people combined. But nonetheless, if you look into those numbers, very suspicious. Very suspicious. Their unique drops were a fraction of what their viewership should have been. If, again, the excuse is, you don't understand drops, LOL. Doesn't really hold up already. Then, for a final piece, that you can check out these streamers. Well, there's 2 more things. You can check out these streamers, okay, on Twitch. Look at their numbers on Twitch before the event. Look at their older VODs before the event. Guess what? Look at their chat. Watch the numbers. They look heavily botted. You're looking at these people have thousands of live views, right? Supposedly, and their chat moves like a 100-person stream. And this is before the event. This is without a Rust event going. This is them playing casino or whatever else. You can check all that yourself, as I did, and you can, right? So that's 3 points of evidence, actual evidence, that go against the stupid, lazy excuse of, "Bro, you don't understand how drops work." LOL. So that's a very lazy excuse, a very lazy thing, but that's their whole defense. That's their whole defense against the numbers being clearly suspicious. Now, the other thing that makes the event a scam, though, is, so I already got that, right? This end of the scam is already there. And I already know it, as I've shown evidence of, I'll show you the evidence. I don't know. Should I pull it up right now? I showed it the other day. But it's on my Twitter or something. It's in one Clips' videos, recent ones at the start. The evidence is, I found a Coco something, whatever his name is, stream where he said Kick is allowing us to AFK KBP farm. Now, so I have confirmation of someone saying it, clarification that Kick gave them permission. Then follow up on that. If you watch the event, they definitely stayed online while they were out. Well, they played VODs and they showed a chair and they did stuff like that. They were clearly streaming and getting KBP while they were offline. Now, why is this interesting? Well, one, it's not allowed. It's against the TOS. Two, if you ask staff, you go to the support button or any email support, ask them, hey, why are you letting them do it? They say, do you have somebody to report? Because it's against TOS. And it was basically like they're purposely sweeping that under the rug, right? They're sweeping that under the rug and trying to make it so you don't notice. Now, why is all this a reverse a rug pull or a delayed rug pull? Well, see, get this. So these people have inflated numbers, okay? They have a sweet KBP rate, better than anybody else does. And then on top of that, they're allowed to collect KBP for being offline. Then what does Kick do? How does this turn into a scam? Kick tells them, hey, to the most botted people only, hey, post your income on Twitter. And they did already. You can look that up. Coco, whatever his name is, all the Rust botters posted the money they made and bragged about it. And they were told to by Kick specifically. What is the scam there? Well, the scam is they're putting up, it's almost like false advertising or something like this. It's like what they do with a rug pull. Because rug pulls work like this, right? You have some guys buy whatever coin, right, that want to make money on it, and they hold as much as they can without looking suspicious. And then they get some other friends that have money to buy a bunch and skyrocket the chart. Then they advertise that chart. Then people have FOMO and they feel like they need to get in on it, right? They're like, oh yeah, that's great. And they jump in. And then when a bunch of those FOMO guys jump in and it skyrockets even further, everybody dumps. That started the original scam. Everybody dumps. So that's why it's kind of similar, because the idea here is you advertise this rate that you could never get on Kick. They're advertising numbers nobody will ever get again. But they're advertising them like you can earn them on Kick for a day. And so the idea is now a bunch of desperate people, now a bunch of people that want money. All these people will see this, right? Just like the pump and dump thing. And they'll run over to Kick, try to stream on Kick. And they're desperate for money. So what does that mean? Who is most likely to gamble on stake? People desperate for money, right? So you advertise, here's a way to get money, okay? It's not a complicated scam, but people pretend not to see it. Here's a way to get free, easy money, not that hard to work, not that much to do, and I know you need money. And so then you go there, and then you go to the Kick website, and on the front page are 2 stake streams, just inviting you there, just passively showing jackpots. So you go, oh, wait a second, maybe I could try that. And that's how it works. That's a scam. It's like a reverse rug and pull. They're going to pay off, like, they're going to be paid back over the next coming months for paying those guys based on the people that come in and gamble or bring their audiences and get their audiences to gamble. It's a wash. It's a wash. Stake is washing people. It's a scam. Anyway. And it's very easy to understand scam too, which is why I don't get like how people are just denying it. It's because of the same problem I said earlier. What people do is they choose, if an explanation requires thinking, they just don't think. They just ignore what you're saying. Even though you have the facts, you have the evidence. And in fact, that fucking guy, I gotta wait till Clips is around because I want to tell him too. But he's covering for the scam. So he's in, not only is he didn't viewbot himself, this person I'm talking about, and his audience that keeps raging at me for no reason. I don't think he viewbotted, but he still nonetheless participated in the scam and is turning and giving legitimacy to the scam. And he was like bragging, sucking Kick's dick the whole time he was streaming to hear like, oh wow, they're so great here, they're making the right decision. And yet when the event's over, what does he do? He runs back to Twitch because it's a scam, because it's a rug pull. He pulled his rug and he left. Let's see where we were here. Right here. Ron Chernow writes, the Jekyll Island meeting will be the fountain of 1,000 conspiracy theories. Little by little, however, the story has been pieced together in amazing detail, and has some directly or indirectly from those who actually were there. Furthermore, If what they say about their own purposes and actions does not constitute classic conspiracy, then there's little meaning to that word. The first leak regarding this meeting found its way into print in 1916. It appeared in Leslie's Weekly and was written by a young financial reporter by name of B.C. Forbes, who later founded Forbes magazine. In the article was later Forbes magazine. The article was primarily in praise of Paul Warburg, and it is likely that Warburg let the story out during conversations with the writer. At any rate, the opening paragraph contained a dramatic but highly accurate summary of both the nature and purpose of the meeting. Picture a party of the nation's greatest bankers stealing out of New York on a private railroad car under the cover of darkness, stealthily hieing hundreds of miles south, embarking on a mysterious launch, sneaking to an island deserted by all but a few servants, living there a full week under such rigid secrecy that the names of not one of them was once mentioned, lest the servants learn the identity and disclose to the world the strangest, most secret expedition in the history of American finance. I am not romancing. I am giving to the world, for the first time, the real story of how the famous Aldrich Currency Report, the foundation of our new currency system, was written. This is from, what note is that? 2? Men Who Are Making America by B.C. Forbes, Leslie Weekly, October 19th, 1916. In 1930, Paul Warburg wrote a massive book, 1,750 pages in all, entitled The Federal Reserve System, Its Origin and Growth. In this tome, he described the meeting and its purpose, but did not mention either its location or the names of those who attended. But he did say, the results of the conference were entirely confidential. Even the fact there had been a meeting was not permitted to become public. Then in the footnote he added, though 18 years have since gone by, I do not feel free to give a description of this most interesting conference, concerning which Senator Aldrich pledged all participants to secrecy. Why did they do all this if it isn't like a scam, right? If it isn't some kind of scam, if it isn't some kind of bullshit, why did they do all this? Seems kind of sus, right? Seems kind of sus. Oh, no, Paul Warburg, The Federal Reserve System, Its Origins and Growth. Volume 1, page 58. It is apparent that Warburg wrote this line 2 years before the book was published. An interesting insight to Paul Warburg's attendance at the Jekyll Island meeting came 34 years later, in a book written by his son, James. James had been appointed by FDR as director of the budget and during World War II as the head office of war information. In his book, he described how his father, who didn't know the end of a gun from the other, borrowed a shotgun from a friend and carried it with him to the train to disguise himself as a duck hunter. Number 2, James Warburg, The Long Road Home, New York, Doubleday, 1964, page 20. That's wild. This part of the story was corroborated in the official biography of Senator Aldrich, written by Nathaniel Wright Stevenson. In the autumn of 1910, 6 men, in addition to Aldrich, went out to shoot ducks. That is to say, they told... Wait a second, Dick Cheney... Do you think they used the same excuse? Didn't they always talk about going duck hunting? Do you think that was an excuse too? That is to say, they told the world that was their purpose. Mr. Warburg, who is a number, what if every time they say they're duck hunting, it means some kind of secret meeting? That is to say, they told the world that was their purpose. Mr. Warburg, who was of the number, gives an amusing account of his feelings when he boarded a private car in New Jersey, bringing with him all the accoutrements of a duck shooter. The joke was in the fact that he had never shot a duck in his life and had no intention of shooting any. The duck shot was a blind. Nathaniel Wright Stevenson, Nelson W. Aldrich in American Politics, New York Scribners, 1930. Reprinted in New York Connecticut Press, 1971, page 373. Stevenson continues with a description of the encounter at Brunswick Station. He tells us that shortly after they arrived, the station master walked into the private car and shocked them by his apparent knowledge of the identities of everyone on board. To make matters even worse, he said that a group of reporters were waiting outside. Davison took charge. "Come outside, old man," he said, "and I'll tell you a story." No one claims to know what story was told, standing on the railroad ties that morning, but a few moments later, Davison returned with a broad smile on his face. It's all right, he said reassuringly. They won't give us away. Stevenson continues. The rest is silence. The reporters dispersed, and the secret of the strange journey was not divulged. No one asked him how he managed it and did not volunteer the information. That's number 4, Stevenson, page 376. Same as the other book. In February 9th, 1935 issue of the Saturday Evening Post, an article appeared written by Frank Vanderlip. In it he said, despite my views about the value to society of greater publicity for the affairs of corporations, there was an occasion near the close of 1910 when I was as secretive indeed as a furtive as any conspirator. I did not feel it is in any exaggeration to speak of our secret expedition to Jekyll Island as the occasion of the actual conception of what eventually became the Federal Reserve System. We were told to leave our last names behind us. We were told further that we should avoid dining together on the night of our departure. We were instructed to come one at a time and as unobtrusively as possible to the railroad terminal on the New Jersey littoral of the Hudson, where Senator Aldrich's private car would be in readiness, attached to the rear end of the train for the South. Once aboard the private car, we began to observe the taboo that had been fixed on last names. We addressed one another as Ben, Paul, Nelson, Abe. It is Abraham, Pia, Andrew, Davison, and I adopted even deeper disguises, abandoning our first names, on the theory that we were always right. He became Wilbur, and I became Orville. After that, those two aviation pioneers, the Wright brothers. The servants and train crew may have known the identities of one or two of us, but they did not know all. And it was the names of all printed together that would have made our mysterious journey significant in Washington and Wall Street, even in London. Discovery, we knew, simply must not happen, or else all our time and effort would be wasted. If it were to be exposed publicly that our particular group had got together and written a banking bill, that bill would have no chance whatever of passage by Congress. The structure was pure cartel. The composition of the Jekyll Island meeting was a classic example of cartel structure. A cartel is a group of independent businesses which join together and coordinate the production, pricing, or marketing of their members. The purpose of a cartel is to reduce competition and thereby increase profitability. This is accomplished through a shared monopoly over the industry, which forces the public to pay higher prices for the goods or services than would be otherwise required under free enterprise competition. Isn't that interesting? So a cartel is basically the means by which for corporations to stop innovation so they can make more money, basically, right? Like they minimize innovation in order for them to fill their coffers. They block it off, right, by controlling as much of the market as they can. And then raising lobbying for all these regulations and things to keep small people out. And so they control the thing completely. I'm going to do the backwards one. Here were the representatives of the world's leading banking consortia: Morgan, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Warburg, and Kuhn Loeb. They were often competitors, and there is little doubt that there was considerable distrust between them and skillful maneuvering for favored position in any agreement. But they were driven together by one overriding desire to fight their common enemy. The enemy, competition. Right. So bankers hate innovation and they want to stop it. That's something interesting to think about. Almost certainly true. In 1910, the number of banks in the United States was growing at a phenomenal rate. In fact, it had more than doubled to over 20,000 in just the previous 10 years. Furthermore, the most of them were springing up in the South and West, causing the New York banks to suffer a steady decline in market share. Almost all banks in the 1880s were national banks, which means they were chartered by the federal government. Generally, they were located in the big cities were allowed by law to issue their own currency in the form of banknotes. I wonder how I feel about banknotes. How do you guys feel about banknotes? Even as early as 1896, however, if we didn't have this central bank, we didn't have the Federal Reserve, what would be the state of affairs now? I wonder if some towns would have a main bank, and then the main bank could just print notes, and then that could be their currency. I wonder if more of the stuff like that would be around. Even as early as 1896, however, the number of non-national banks had grown to 61%, and they already held 54% of the country's total banking deposits. 54. By 1913, when the Federal Reserve Act was passed, those numbers were 71% non-national banks holding 57% of the deposits. In the eyes of those duck hunters from New York, this was a trend that simply had to be reversed. Right? They don't want this. Competition also is coming from a new trend in industry to finance future growth out of profits rather than from borrowed capital. This was the outgrowth of free market interest rates, which set a realistic balance between debt and thrift. Rates were low enough to attract serious borrowers who were confident of the success of their business ventures and of their ability to repay, but they were high enough to discourage loans for frivolous ventures or those for which they were alternative sources of funding, for example, one's own capital. That balance between debt and thrift was the result of a limited money supply. Banks could create loans in excess of their actual deposits, as we shall see, but there was a limit to that process. Let me go back again. That's going to change, isn't it? Banks could create loans in excess of their actual deposits, as we shall see, but there was a limit to that process. So you can't just like make up money at the time. You couldn't really. There were times you could do it kinda, but they were limited. And the limit was ultimately determined by the supply of gold they held. Right, so if you didn't have enough deposits to justify lending the money, to justify, right, you would say, okay, well, we have this much gold, and that would be you'd be allowed to go that much over based on the gold. Consequently, between 1900 and 1910, 70% of the funding for American corporate growth, just to put it back. Consequently, between 1900 and 1910, 70% of the funding for American corporate growth was generated internally, making the industry increasingly independent of the banks. Even the federal government was becoming thrifty. It had a growing stockpile of gold, was systemically redeeming the greenbacks which had been issued during the Civil War, and was rapidly reducing the national debt. So wait a second. America was actually doing pretty good. It now has a 53% disapproval according to Pew Research, huh? It is another form of currency. Yeah, but only because we allow it to be, right? Like, debt, most currency is debt. We don't have actual currency is the problem, right? Now in the current world, we don't have currency only. We have debt only, pretty much. It's pretty much just debt now. It's pretty much just debt. Which it's all negative. It's all in the negative. But it wasn't allowed to be before we had the Fed. Here was another trend that had to be halted. What the bankers wanted, what many businesses wanted also, was to intervene in the free market and tip the balance of interest rates downward to favor debt over thrift. To accomplish this, the money supply, like in an actual working system, debt shouldn't be a currency, really. Like, it's because we live in an imaginary world. We allowed the banks and everybody to live in an imaginary world, basically. Too big to fail. And now it's a type of currency, yes. But it's just like it shouldn't be one. It shouldn't be one because that's what fucks up the whole system. And why they ended up, like, why all these things happen. Here was another trend that had to be halted. What the bankers wanted and what many businesses wanted also was to intervene in the free market and tip the balance of interest rate downward. Oh yeah, I read this, to favor debt or thrift. To accomplish this, the money supply simply had to be disconnected from gold and made more plentiful, or as they described it, more elastic. The specter of bank failure. The greatest threat, however, came not from rivals or private capital formation, but from the public at large in the form of what bankers call a run on the bank. This is because when banks accept a customer's deposit, they give in return a balance in his account. That is the equivalent of a promise to pay back the deposit anytime he wants. Likewise, when another customer borrows money from the bank, he also is given an account balance, which usually is withdrawn immediately to satisfy the purpose of the loan. Right. So one guy comes in, obviously not as cleanly as this, but one guy comes in, gives $100. Then the next guy comes in, hey, can I have $100? They give him his $100. And then it's just a balance on a piece of, and then the balance for him being negative, which usually withdrawn immediately to satisfy the purpose of the loan. This creates a ticking time bomb because at that point the bank has issued more promises to pay on demand than has money in the vault. Even though the depositing customer thinks he can get his money anytime he wants, in reality it has been given to the borrowing customer and no longer is available at the bank. So they're actually like, they're actually interesting. I gotta think about that some more. That's very interesting. Huh. The problem is compounded further by the fact that banks are allowed to loan even more money than they have received in deposit. Now, what the fuck is that? Why are they allowed to do that? The mechanism for accomplishing this seemingly impossible feat will be described in a later chapter, but it is a fact of modern banking that that promises to pay often exceed savings deposits by the factor of 10 to 1. 10 to 1? So the real money is like the real money that like banks really have, or really have access to, not have, but have access to, is like 10% of how much they have loaned out. Bro, no wonder everything's so bad. Like, and because only about 3% of these accounts are actually retained in the vault in the form of cash, of course. The rest having been put into even more loans and investments. The bank's promises exceed its ability to keep those promises by a factor of over 300 to 1. That's from another way of putting it is that the reserves are underfunded by over 33,333%. Whoa! That's 10 to 1 divided by 0.03. 333.333 to 1. Divided by 0.01 is 33,333. Right. That's how much they're over what they actually supposedly have. That's crazy. No wonder money is basically fake. Money is fake. Our money is fake, huh? Huh. Money is fake. As long as a small percentage of depositors request their money at one time, no one is the wiser. But here's the thing, it's not just like if everybody came in and wanted their money back, then that would be the problem. Like they pull all the money back in, whatever. It's worse than that. Even if they pulled all the money back in, like let's say everybody with an open loan gave their money back, it still wouldn't be enough. But if public confidence is shaken and more than a few percent attempt to withdraw their funds, the scheme is finally exposed. The bank cannot keep all its promises and is forced to close its door. Bankruptcy usually follows in due course. Now here's something interesting. Have people ever organized or thought about organizing by everybody, like a lot of people coming together that have loans out, that have savings, right? And then they could basically go, okay, bank, like a union or something. Obviously I don't necessarily agree with it, but just conceptually, what if a bunch of people with savings accounts got together? Like, how many of them would you even need at that rate? You wouldn't need that many. They all could come together and say, okay, we're gonna take out all our money unless you do this, unless you do X, unless you give us a better interest rate, we're all gonna take out our money. Couldn't you hold the banks hostage? Couldn't that happen? Like, why? If it couldn't happen, why couldn't it happen? Like, how many people would you need if it's that overdrawn? You wouldn't need that many people at all, it would seem like, to actually make them in trouble, to actually make them where you could close them. Now, I'm sure they have safeties now, though. Or they have safeties now for that, where they can have unlimited money. The currency drains. The same result could happen, and prior to the Federal Reserve System, often did happen. Even without depositors making a run on the bank, instead of withdrawing their funds at the teller's window, they simply wrote checks to purchase goods or services. People receiving those checks took them to the bank for the deposit. If that bank happened to be the same one from which the check was drawn, then all is well, because it was not necessary to remove any real money from the vault. Right, so if you go to a store, right, and they use the same bank you do, then they just move a fake number around and it doesn't matter to them. But if you go to a different one and they have to actually transfer funds, then it doesn't work. But now at the Fed, they just do it digitally and make it as if all the banks are connected in the same bank. Isn't it true? Isn't that how it's going to work? I'm almost certain, right? That's how they fix it, by making all the banks connected, where they can just move a fake number around. Wow, that's probably true. Okay. But if the holder of the check took it to another bank, it was quickly passed back to the issuing bank, and settlements was demanded between banks. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So they can move a fake number around. If you have a check for the bank that the company also uses, the store also uses, then they can just move a fake number around to give you your balance. But if it's a different bank, then they gotta go, okay, we need the actual money to send over, and the bank's like, uh-oh. There's not a one-way street, however. While the downtown bank is demanding payment from the uptown bank is also clearing checks and demanding payment from the downtown bank. As long as the money flow in both directions is equal, then everything can be handled with simple bookkeeping, right? They just like clear it off, and they don't even send money then. They probably didn't send money back then. But if the flow is not equal, then one of the banks will have to actually send money to the other to make up the difference. If the amount of money required exceeds a few percentage points of the bank's total deposits, the result is the same as a run on the bank by depositors. This demand of money by other banks rather than by depositor is called currency drain. Interesting. In 1910, the most common cause of banks having to declare bankruptcy due to a currency drain was that it followed a loan policy that was more reckless than that of its competitors. More money was demanded from it because more money was loaned by it. Ah, I see. So if you gave a better loan policy to people that were less likely to pay it back, yada yada, you're more likely for people to borrow more money, and then more risk of the bank theory as it is not holding, right? Because people have more money, so there's more moving around and there's a bigger chance. It was dangerous enough to loan 90% of their customers' savings, keeping only $1 to reserve out of every 10, but that had proven to be adequate most of the time. How much did they hold? To loan 90% of the customers, so $1 reserve out of every 10. Right. Some banks, however, were tempted to walk even closer to the precipice. They pushed the ratio to 92%, 95%, 99%. After all, the way a bank makes money is to collect interest, and the only way to do that is to make loans. The more loans, the better. And so the practice among some of the more reckless banks to loan up, as they call it, which was another way of saying to push down their reserve ratio. Hey homie, bro, you better shut up. A banker's utopia. Okay, so that's interesting. But I assume that what the Fed changed, I would assume, is making it so like they can all, like there's some general oversight, the Fed, that can just move the money around, quote unquote, and nothing actually happens. They just like change numbers in the system, which is what they would do if it was the same bank, right? Already, even back in the day, they would just like somebody get a pen, right, and go, okay, it's this number, cross this out. Real money, what didn't even really exist for a lot of it. That's crazy. Huh. The more and more we're reading about this, the more and more I realize the money's fake. Like some of the stuff I knew, but not the numbers. I didn't know the numbers, right, for this stuff. I didn't know how 99%. Some banks were like 99%. That's crazy. Those ones possibly went bankrupt though. A banker's utopia. If all banks will be forced to issue loans in the same ratio to their reserve as other banks did, then, regardless how small that ratio was, the amount of checks to be cleared between them would balance in the long run. No major currency drains would ever occur. The entire banking industry might collapse under such a system, but not individual banks. At least not those that were part of the cartel. All would walk the same distance from the edge, regardless of how close it was. Under such uniformity, no individual banks could be blamed for failure to meet its obligations. Too big to fail! The blame could be shifted instead to the economy, or government policy, or interest rates, or trade deficits, or the exchange value of the dollar, or even to the capitalist system itself. Wow. Okay. So wait, hold on. Is communism just a scam to keep people from paying attention to the actual thing. The thing is like, oh, it's capitalism. So they don't see the actual problem. Is bankers? Is banks? Is that it? Whoa, that's crazy if true. Socialism, communism, all these kind of like belief structures about fighting it are just a dead end, a purposeful dead end. They're a purposeful dead end, so you can never really challenge the bankers. Because if you don't understand its economics, the real power in the world is economics, and you don't fight them on a real plane of economics, but you call it economics, then all your efforts will go into a wasted system that never challenges it. Right? Yeah, you can take over countries and yada yada, but you can't ever, no communist nation has ever really challenged any of this, right? Never. They can say like, oh yeah, we raised so many people in poverty, but they've never challenged this. But in the 1910s, such a banker's utopia had not yet been created. If the downtown bank began to loan at a greater ratio to its reserves than its competitors, the amount of checks which would come back to it for payment also would be greater. Thus, the bank which pursued a more reckless lending policy had to draw against its reserves in order to make payments to the more conservative banks, and when those funds were exhausted, it usually was forced into bankruptcy. Makes sense. Historian John Klein tells us that the financial panics of 1873, 1884, 1893, and 1907 were in large part of outgrowth of reserve pyramiding and excessive deposit creation by reserve city banks. These panics were triggered by the currency drains that took place in the periods of relative prosperity when banks were loaned up. In other words, the panics and resulting bank failures were caused not by negative factors in the economy, but by currency drains on the banks which were loaned up, to the point where they had practically no reserves at all. Right, so that's why it fell apart. The banks did not fail because the system was weak. The system failed because the banks were weak. Hold on, man. Hold on. There's a lot to think about, honestly. Okay. That means all this stuff, all these different like declines and everything, it's because of the banks. They're in control of all that stuff. They're the fault, they're the problem. Them making a wrong call on like how much interest rate they should have. I mean, not interest rate, sorry. How much percentage they should keep. What were all the terms? It was currency drain is when they don't match, right? They can, what's the other thing? Market up, go back up. You have to keep a small percentage. Loan up. The more reckless banks to loan up. Okay, loan up. Way of saying to push down their reserve ratios. Okay, so you go, let's say you're 90% loaned out, right? And you have 10%, keep $1 for every 10. Then you loan up, so you only have 50 cents for every $10, right? And then you loan up again, and you get like 99%. And because of the system, and because those banks were loaning out too much, they got fucked over, and that passes on to all of us, right? Every time. We have to pay for that. We have to pay for it in the end every time, because when the banks make a mistake. There was another common problem that so should we be using banks? Should we be using debt? If it's just like a time bomb that could like screw us all over, like would it be better to just not have these things? Doesn't it kind of seem like, yeah, like if we, oh, but you know what this means? If you did, like I was talking about an app to loan, like to smart loan for the individual, to smart loan to other people. What if somebody builds that? What if you make an app, okay? I guess it'd have to be crypto. I want to talk to Max about this. I guess it'll have to be crypto, okay? And the idea is, its purpose is that your excess money, you can buy into a crypto and then give that to someone else, and then they can take it and use it, and then, you know, they have a loan. They have to pay it back. It would be a very complicated thing to figure out how to make it work, though, especially like collecting, right? But I guess if you probably have like some kind of like level, like trust level system where like you earn access to bigger loans or something like this. I don't know. You have to. The hard part about that formula is how to ensure loans go to people that would pay it back, right? And how to and all that kind of stuff. have to think more about the idea, but it seems like it could be that could be a big idea. If you could make an app that could handle loans between individuals back and forth, so we didn't need banks anymore, and we could get the interest rate ourselves. It would also make it so any failure of the thing wouldn't cascade across the whole system. The problem is this cartel setup makes it so if the banks fail, they don't like just individually fail and the rest of the system keeps going, other people are fine. Instead, it pulls everybody down. The whole system gets pulled down. So the solution is to break the system up, right? To not have a central bank. It's a bad idea. But to stop the central bank, we can't just get rid of it. They're never going to do that. We have to create an alternative that does the job it's doing. So it would be like, we need something like an investment app, a loan app, a person-to-person loan app, I think. I'm sure somebody's tried something like this. I'm going to look into this later. A person-to-person loan app, individual people loaning to each other. In a way, Simps can be used as a loan app, right? Like something like Simps, a bonding curve, because like when I have extra money, what somebody could do is if people buy in a couple extra keys, right, on like Simps, and then I have extra money and I buy a bunch of keys, then I'll make the value go up, and then they can sell their keys, and that's like a loan. I mean, not like a loan, but that actually would work kinda, right? To distribute money. It's definitely the problem that has to be solved is how to distribute money to people that want it versus people that have it, and also make the money for the people that have it in the process. Simps already does that though. Huh. Anything more about this stuff, man? I think you could build something that could replace the whole thing. I think you could. This is another common problem that brought these 7 men over 1,000 miles to a tiny island off the shore of Georgia. Each was a potentially fierce competitor, but uppermost in their minds, here an ambulance over there. Uppermost in their minds were the so-called panics and the very real 1,748 bank failures of the preceding 2 decades. Okay, so to stop bank failures, we rigged everything together in a way that it's insane, huh? Somehow they had to join forces. A method had to be devised to enable them to continue to make more promises, to pay on demand, than they could keep. Right, they need to be able to have more money and not be in trouble when it comes due. To do this, they had to find a way to force all banks to walk the same distance from the edge, and when the inevitable disasters happened, to shift public blame away from themselves. By making it appear to be a problem in the national economy rather than in the private banking practice. And that's why everybody blames capitalism. Socialism is a purposeful dead end. In order to make people think that that's the way to fight it, they'll fight for revolutions, yada yada, but at the end of the day, the bankers will keep banking, right? Bankers are still banking. None of the wars stopped them. It only gave them more strength. Bankers will keep banking. Okay, that's wild to realize. Communism is probably just a pipe dream for people to waste their time. Socialism in general is. Because then you're never fighting the bankers. Then you're never coming up with an alternative to the banking system. Then you're always in the banking system. Even under, like, if you become a socialist nation, I'm sure they'll find some way to make you subservient to banks. Like, you can try, I guess. But it's not the way to do it. The way to do it is to figure out a way to exchange money that, like, and make that interest and stuff yourself by the individual, I think. By making it appear to be a problem in the national economy rather than the private banking practice. The door then could be opened for the use of tax money rather than their own funds for paying off the losses. Here then were the main challenges that faced the tiny but powerful group assembled on Jekyll Island. Number 1, how to stop the influence of small rival banks and to ensure that control over the nation's financial resources would remain in the hands of those present. 2, how to make the money supply more elastic in order to reverse the trend of private capital formation and to recapture the industrial loan market. Number 3, how to pool the meager reserves of the nation's banks into one large reserve that all banks will be motivated to follow the same loan-to-deposit ratios. Okay, so hold on. Number 1, how to stop the small banks. Number 2, make the money supply more elastic in order to reverse the trend of private capital formation to recapture the industrial loan market, right? So they can give more money, is what they're saying. Number 2. Number 3, how to pool the meager reserves of the nation's bank into one large reserve. Then all banks will be motivated to follow the same loan-to-deposit ratios. This will protect at least some of them from the currency drains and bank runs. Number 4, should this lead to the collapse of the whole banking system, then how to shift losses from the owners of the banks to the taxpayers. Taxes are worse than theft. Taxes are worse than theft. The cartel adopts a name. Everyone knew that the solution to all these problems was a cartel mechanism that had been devised and already put into similar operation in Europe. As with all cartels, it had to be created by legislation and sustained by the power of government under the deception of protecting the consumer. So we do not, for a fact, okay? America, we do not live in a private market, in a free market. We do not. Just fun like this establishes it, right? Nobody can say it anymore. If our taxes go to the banks, right? If our taxes go to the fucking banks for them to lend out more money, instead of just letting us have our money, the taxes go to the banks. That's not a free market. And it allows people to like take out loans, right? That instead of like steal money from us and then take out loans doing something worse. It's all a scam, man, apparently. But this doesn't mean theoretically, right, that money in itself is always corrupt or anything like that, right? Like maybe we need some kind of money still, but current money is all corrupt, right? Like all nations' current money, all the current systems of money are completely a scam. Yeah. Whoa, fuck, that's crazy. Sorry. That's okay. That's a lot to think about. Okay. And the government did it. They have it in the government, man. That's why the tax. That's crazy. Fuck. We are fucked, kinda. I mean, the plan is still the same one, I think. The counter plan to this, which is move resources out of the financial system as we know it to other things like willpower. Okay, so like my view, right? Power is willpower of the individual, the power to take choices. We can create, so we can make stuff. Then we have to build stuff, and then also stockpile. Trade this stuff for stockpiled energy that we can use to get other stuff. Right? That's how we build stuff. And then keep building and growing that way. But we have to figure out something to use as our energon cubes. We can look, I mean, we can try cryptos. Crypto really might be the answer, but it's already taxed. They're already trying to make it impossible. Fuck, man. I have to read a lot more about crypto and think what, like, I think the most viable one is and all that kind of stuff too. Definitely not the USDC one, the stable one based on the dollar. Definitely not that one. As with all cartels, let's see. As with all cartels, it had to be created by legislation and sustained by the power of government and the deception of protecting the consumer. The most important task before them, however, therefore, can be stated as objective number 5. How to convince Congress that the scheme was a measure to protect the public. Yeah. They convinced us of it in our lifetime, I remember. Give it 10 years, the world economy will be based on Sims coin. I don't know about that, but we definitely could, like, I feel it. Sims keys, here's the thing. Sims coin, that's gone down in value, but watching our keys, right? Our keys maintain value pretty good. Yes, they're much lower now, but we purposely like sunk them, right, to make them easier to buy. I My original room was like $24. Then we broke it apart to different rooms, and that still totaled up to like $24, right? And then that anybody could have sold to make that money at any point in time if they had a key, which is nice, right? That's like a real that's an actual thing that I'm. Sims is cool, man. I'm even more pro Sims from reading this, but or an idea like Sims, you know. But yeah, the keys hold pretty well, so that's good to know going forward. I don't think the keys are a bad idea to put for investment or like us moving money or resources around between each other, right? Like, it allows us to do that. Some people might call, I mean, it's not money laundering, because it's not illicit money that we're trying to rebrand. It's just a way to move around savings and share it, kind of, in a way, right? Like if you put some of your savings into like keys, right, then other people can withdraw some of that when they need to, and you can withdraw it too. And then if everybody does it, depending on when people do it. But the thing about that is that at least it's more honest that we know we're doing. Banks are the same way, right? They can't actually give you all your money at once. Neither, like, just like if everybody sold a key to a room at once, you wouldn't get that price. But banks don't either. Banks don't have that money. It's make-believe. If it being more transparent, like with a bonding curve thing, is probably good. The issue with bonding curves before now, like the pump fund problem, is nobody came up with an item that was worth holding on to as the item. Whereas that's what makes Sims different, though, is that the keys, if you like the stream, becomes a value to hold on to watch the stream. Eventually, I'm going to be a Sims only streamer someday. When we get it a bit more, a bit less issues, right? It's more like just it's more stable on certain things that we have issues with here and there. It's pretty stable for what it is. But right, when I can really do it, I will be a Sims only streamer because I want my value. I want my key to be a value, and that's part of the whole thing. And so I want to make the best stream I can, and I'm still working towards developing it. That's my plan. Huh. Anyway, hey Poltergeist, we're reading The Creature from Jekyll Island. We're learning about the creation of the Fed. The task was a delicate one. The American people did not like the concept of a cartel. The idea of business enterprises joining together to fix prices and prevent competition was alien to the free enterprise system. It could never be sold to the voters. But if the word cartel was not used, the venture could be described with words that were emotionally neutral, perhaps even alluring. Then half the battle would be won. The first decision, therefore, was to follow the practice adopted in Europe. Henceforth, the cartel would operate as a central bank. And even that was to put a generic expression for purposes of public relations and legislation. They would devise a name that would avoid the word bank altogether, and which would conjure the image of the federal government itself. Furthermore, to create the impression that there would be no concentration of power, they would establish regional branches of the cartel and make that the main selling point. Stevenson tells us, Aldrich entered this discussion at Jekyll Island, an ardent convert to the idea of a central bank. His desire was to transplant the system of one of the great European banks, say the Bank of England, bodily to America. But political expediency required that such plans be concealed from the public. As John Kenneth Galbraith explained it, it was Aldrich's thought to outflank the opposition by having not one central bank, but many. And the word bank would itself be avoided. Wow, that's number 2. That comes from John Kenneth Galbraith, Money, Where It Came From, Where It Went, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1975, page 122. With the exception of Aldrich, all those present were bankers, but only one was an expert on the European model of the central bank. Because of this knowledge, Paul Warburg became the dominant and guiding mind throughout all the discussions. Even a casual perusal of the literature on the creation of the Federal Reserve System is sufficient to find that he was indeed the cartel's mastermind. Galbraith says, Warburg has, with some justice, been called the father of the system. Professor Edwin Seligman, a member of the international banking family, J&W Seligman, and head of the Department of Economics at Columbia University, writes that in its fundamental features, the Federal Reserve Act is the work of Mr. Warburg more than any other man in the country. The Academy of Political Science Proceedings, 1914. The real daddy Warbucks. Paul Moritz Warburg was a leading member of the investment banking firm of M&M Warburg and Company of Hamburg, Germany, and Amsterdam in the Netherlands. He had come to the United States only 9 years previously. Soon after arrival, however, and with funding provided mostly by the Rothschild Group, he and his brother Felix have been able to buy partnerships in the New York investment firm of Kuhn and Loeb and Company. While continuing as partners in Warburg of Hamburg, within 20 years, Paul would become one of the wealthiest men in America with an unchallenged domination over the country's railroad system. At this distance in history, it is difficult to appreciate the importance of this man, but some understanding may be had from the fact that the legendary character Daddy Warbucks in the comic strip Little Orphan Annie was a contemporary commentary on the presumed benevolence of Paul Warburg, and the almost magic ability to accomplish good through the power of his unlimited wealth. A third brother, Max Warburg, was the financial advisor of the Kaiser and became the director of the Reichsbank in Germany. This was, of course, a central bank, and it was one of the cartel models used in the construction of the Federal Reserve System. The Reichsbank, incidentally, a few years later, would create the massive hyperinflation that occurred in Germany, wiping out the middle class and the entire German economy as well. Bro, this is crazy to think about. This is what wars are from. Paul Warburg soon became... That's why we're supposed to focus on the fucking racism or whatever other nonsense. Oh, what actually caused it, though? Paul Warburg soon became well known on Wall Street as a persuasive advocate. The racism shit is a distraction. Right? Getting everybody to care about fucking racism is a distraction. It's a goddamn distraction. It's all a red herring. Communism is a red herring. The racism of the Nazis is a red herring. It's all fucking red herrings. They just did not focus on the fact that we don't have an economic system or money in our own control. And they control everything through the money. And it's been that way. But they were working on it for hundreds of years probably, right? But it's been that way definitively, at least since the Federal Reserve. This is where they actually gain control, like not Illuminati, not whatever nonsense, whatever secret groups, yada yada, meeting in private. This was the actual start of globalism as we know it, as people call it, globalism. This was it. Not the theory, not the other stuff. Politics are not downstream of culture. Everything is downstream of economics. What's up, Alpha? Craig, always a pleasure when you're online. Nice. Welcome. We're reading, anybody coming in, we're reading The Creature from Jekyll Island. I appreciate that very much. It's really nice of you to say. The Creature from Jekyll Island, it is a book on the Federal Reserve and the establishment of the Federal Reserve. It's got lots of primary sources, but it's interesting. It's written very interestingly so far. I'm definitely learning things, man. It's blowing my mind, kind of. It seems to me that so you had banks, right? And they came together because on their own they would run into problems. What do they call the main problem? Currency drains, because like they would loan 90% of their money, right? And then some banks would try to loan like 95%. And then when they were, if you apparently, like if you took out $100, right? If you deposit $100, then they give you a balance of 100 and they take the money, and then somebody borrows $100, they give that to them, and they give them a balance of owing $100. But then like when you have, you write a check, then if it's the same bank, they just move a number around, right? They don't actually give anyone any money. They just move a number around when you write checks and cash them. And so they just go, okay, your balance is this. So the banks came together right? To make it so they couldn't, because, okay, so anyways, doing that when they would have to pay money back and forth because the difference was so much, or people came out and ran on a bank where they wanted their money out, it would close the bank. And so banks came up with a plan, a number of these banks, to make a cartel that would control them with the goals of how to stop the influence of small banks, how to make the money supply more elastic, which means they can give more money than they actually have, right? Because before it was already 90%, 99, up to like 99% to one. And now, and in this cartel, the idea was go further so we can loan more money than we even have access to, right? Or in reserves or liability or anything. Just loan more money. And then number three, how to pool the meager reserves of the nation's banks into one so they can stop the currency drains, which is when two banks, like, you're cashing checks and the difference is enough to hurt the bank. That's currency drain. Because, like, okay, like a normal, okay, so how it goes is like, you write a check to the same bank, there's a move number. You write a lot of checks. It's a two-way flow, though, right? When you have different banks. So you have like, let's say you're writing to Germany Bank, a total of checks from different people that total like $125, right? And then to another bank, London Bank, you have $150. Now, normally, if the number is like, they can kind of even out the 125, right, and just cross that off, and then 25. That is the currency drain. That real $25 that they have to give to someone, that's currency drain. That's the other way banks can break. That's currency drain. So they want to stop that by pooling all the nation's banks together to stop that. So, but it's still not. It's not like the money actually exists still. They end up putting it on the taxpayer. Basically, like other people, and the reason this is the reason people blame capitalism is because these bankers put on their debt and their risk and their liability on the civilians, on the population through taxes. That's like the main real reason for taxes. Okay, number four, should this lead eventually to the collapse of the whole banking system? Number four of their goals was, should this lead eventually to the collapse of the whole banking system, then how to shift losses from the owners of the banks to the taxpayers. There we go. Number five, also, they had to convince Congress that the scheme was a measure to protect the public instead of what it actually was. Okay, where we were. Is that a horror tale story? Well, yeah, it is. But it's the truth, though. This really happened. It's a horror story, yeah, but it's true. That's the most horrific part, is that all this is true. It's all, and there's primary sources all over. I'll say them when I see them. Which part was I at? Okay, this in history is able to appreciate the importance of this man. We're talking about Warburg, which was head of M.M. Warburg, Company of Hamburg in Germany. And then he comes to America and he buys up most of Kuhn and Loeb, and he's one of the most richest people in America. At this distant history, it is difficult to appreciate the importance of this man, but some understanding may be had from the fact that the legendary character Daddy Warbucks in the comic strip Little Orphan Annie was a contemporary commentary on the presumed benevolence of Paul Warburg and the almost magical ability to accomplish good through the powers of unlimited wealth. A third brother, Max Warburg, was the financial advisor of the Kaiser and became director of the Reichsbank in Germany. This was, of course, a central bank, and it was one of the cartel models used in the construction of the Federal Reserve System. The Reichsbank, incidentally, a few years later, would create the massive hyperinflation that occurred in Germany, wiping out the middle class and the entire German economy as well. You know what that leads to, right? Paul Warburg's son soon became well known on Wall Street as a persuasive advocate for a central bank in America. 3 years before the Jekyll Island meeting. Bro, without central banks, we would not have had Hitler. That's something to understand. Without central banks, we would never have had Hitler. And again, they blame it on racism, right? It's like, oh, Hitler was bad because of racism. Oh, what about the banks? What about the banks? No, not that? Oh, interesting. It's racism? Oh, okay. That's why they want you focused on fucking racism and all this other stupid shit that divides us, is because in reality, it's the banks. It's the fucking banks. Crazy. Paul Warburg soon became well known on Wall Street as a persuasive advocate for a central bank in America. 3 years before the Jekyll Island meeting. So also, for anybody that doesn't know, they do a clandestine meeting on Jekyll Island where they come on a private train car and like they hide the train car basically. Nobody's allowed to say their name, just their first name. Some of them even hid their first name, and they have this meeting on Jekyll Island in complete secrecy. 3 years before the Jekyll Island meeting, he had published several pamphlets. One was titled Defects and Needs of Our Banking System, and the other was a plan for a modified central bank. These attracted wide attention in both financial and academic circles and set the intellectual climate for all the future discussions regarding banking legislation. In these treatises, Warburg complained that the American monetary system was crippled by its dependency on gold and government bonds, both of which were in limited supply. Well, yeah, that's the point, right? Money's supposed to be limited based on something. Otherwise, you could just make imaginary money. Like they acted like bankers acted like the problem of actually needing things to exist was a problem instead of like the natural state of affairs. What America needed, he argued, was an elastic money supply. Yeah, you could just make up money. Could be expanded and contracted to accommodate the fluctuating needs of commerce. The solution, he said, was to follow the German example, whereby banks could create currency solely on the basis of commercial paper, which is banker language for IOUs from corporations. See, I thought Keynesian economics was the worst part of like what caused some of this. I realize now it's not, right? It's just banks trying to take it, like trying to make it so they can't fail and they can push all of their problems onto taxpayers, onto us. What's up, Raval? Welcome. I'm reading about the creation of the Fed in the book The Creature from Jekyll Island. It's been very interesting. It's mind-blowing, man. The solution, he said, was to follow the German example where banks would create currency solely on the basis of commercial paper, which is banker language for IOUs from corporations. Warburg was tireless in his efforts. He was a featured speaker before scores of influential audiences and wrote a steady stream of published articles on the subject. In March of that year, for example, the New York Times published an 11-part series written by Warburg explaining and expounding what he called the Reserve Bank of the United States. The message was plain for those who understood. Most of Warburg's writing and lecture on this topic was eye-washed for the public. To cover the fact that the central bank is merely a cartel which has been legalized, its proponents had to lay down a thick smokescreen of technical jargon, focusing they always do that. It's always like everybody when they talk about economics, right? They use all this jargon to purposely make it so you don't engage in the conversation and you don't understand what they're saying. They don't use it because they're smart, okay? They don't use it because the topic is so hard to describe. They use it because they don't want you to understand what they're saying and they want you to just go along with it. Now, when people use $10 words, whatever you want to say, a lot. Now, I'm not saying all the time. Sometimes the right word is a hard word or whatever. It's a very specific word. And then there's technical terms, of course. But nonetheless, a lot of times people use technical jargon on purpose. It is a smokescreen. It is intended to bewilder and to push you away from trying to understand what they're saying. It's not because they're smart and they have to speak that way. In fact, a smart person, in my experience, can try and explain things in a way that you can understand, right? Whether or not you know the technical jargon or not. They can paraphrase, they can say things with different words, they can try a different approach, then try an analogy, then try a metaphor. If a really smart person understands something and you want to learn that thing from them, and you guys both take time, right, to explain what you get, explain what you don't get, and they keep trying to explain it to you, you will understand it, right? They'll be able to understand it. I mean, to explain it to you. A very smart person will eventually be able to put it in terms you can understand. Somebody that doesn't do that is trying to lie to you. It's trying to, well, not necessarily lie to you, but make you not able to follow them is why they're doing that. They're trying to distance you from them. They're trying to get away with what they're saying without any pushback. Because if they say something really technical and a lot of people don't know the words, then they won't question it either, and they'll just let it be said. Instead of going, hey, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. That's on purpose. Never trust anyone that overuses technical jargon because they're probably hiding something. especially now, like when it comes to like socioeconomic stuff, economics, those people that are like, oh, it's so complicated, blah blah, and start using all these terms and don't try to explain it to you for real. Those people are manipulating you, man. Watch out for those people. Its proponents had to lay down a thick smokescreen of technical jargon focusing always on how it would supposedly benefit commerce, the public, and the nation. How it would lower interest rates, provide funding for needed industrial projects, and prevent panics in the economy. There was not the slightest glimmer that underneath it all was a master plan which was designed from top to bottom to serve private interests at the expense of the public. This was nevertheless the cold reality, and the more perceptive bankers were well aware of it. In an address before the American Bankers Association the following year, Eldridge laid it out for anyone who was really listening to the meaning of his words. He said, "The organization proposed is not a bank, but a cooperative union of all banks of the country for definite purposes, precisely a union of banks." The full text of the speech is reprinted by Herman E. Cruz and Paul A. Samuelson, Volume 3, page 1202. 2 years later, in a speech before the same group of bankers, A. Barton Hepburn of Chase National Bank was even more candid. He said, "The measure recognizes and adopts the principles of a central bank. Indeed, if it works out as the sponsor of the law hope, it will make all incorporated banks together joint owners of a central dominating power." Huh. And that is about as good a definition of a cartel as one is likely to find. In 1914, 1 year after the Federal Reserve Act was passed into law, Senator Aldrich could afford to be less guarded in his remarks. In an article published on July of that year in a magazine called The Independent, he boasted, "Before the passage of this act, the New York bankers could only dominate the reserves of New York. Now, we are able to dominate the bank reserves of the entire country." The variable compounding rate of all this fixed ARPC loan will have a compounding rate once maturity has reached at least 1.43 APR over next quarter. You're just saying, you're giving an example of technical jargon to confuse you. Yeah, that's a good one. Sure. Yeah, right, exactly, right. They say stuff like that, so you're like, huh? What the fuck does that mean? Myth accepted as history. The accepted version of history is that the Federal Reserve was created to stabilize our economy. One of the most widely used textbooks on the subject says, well, hold on though, you can say that, but like if you, as far as from my understanding, economic stuff, like economic theory, like the Mises Austrian school, it definitely would, like, you wouldn't even be attempting that. That's only from Keynesian style or like other stuff, like, where they think you like print money and they're fine with it. One of the most widely used textbooks on this subject says it sprang from the panic of 1907 with its alarming epidemic of bank failures. Yeah, see, that's the fucked up part. It wasn't people failures. We didn't fuck up, right? For the depression, all the same thing in 2000, whatever it was. It's not our fault. The housing crisis. It's not our fault. It's these fucking banks every time. They're always the ones fucking us. Every like economy thing is these banks. If we disconnected from this, people would be more able to insulate themselves with their own resources and money, right? Like communities can insulate themselves, states could insulate themselves because they're not all part of the same thing. And so, like, it's like a circuit or something, like how you break up for your house, right? You have a bunch of different circuits. So one fails, it doesn't make all of them fail. Same concept, I'm saying. That's what would make more sense, right? Is not combining these. Combining these made it so the whole system gets under strain, and that strain is pushed onto the taxpayer. That's insane. It's fucked up. It sprang from the panic of 1907 with its alarming epidemic of bank failures. The country was fed up once and for all with the anarchy of unstable private banking. Even the most naive student must sense a grave contradiction between this cherished view and the system's actual performance. Since its inception, it has presided over the crashes of 1921 and 1929, the Great Depression of 29 to 39, recessions in 53, 57, 69, 75, 81, the stock market Black Friday in 87, and 1,000% inflation, which has destroyed 90% of the dollar's purchasing power. That's from Money, Banking, and Biblical Ethics by Ronald N. Nash, Durrell Journal of Money and Banking, February 1990. Let us be more specific on that last point. By 1990, an annual income of $10,000 was required to buy what took only $1,000 in 1914. That's crazy. Wow. Okay. So what was sold to us as like a better system has created to the point where it has caused this inflation that's insane because of that's crazy. Fuck. The incredible loss in value was quietly transferred to the federal government in the form of hidden taxation, and the Federal Reserve System was the mechanism for which it was accomplished. Actions of consequences. The consequences of wealth confiscation by the Federal Reserve mechanism are now upon us. In the current decade, corporate debt is soaring, personal debt is greater than ever, both business and personal bankruptcies are at an all-time high, banks and savings loan associations are failing in larger numbers than ever before, interest on the national debt is consuming half of our tax dollars, heavy industry has been largely replaced by overseas competitors, we are facing an international trade deficit for the first time in our history. 75% of downtown Los Angeles and other metropolitan areas is now owned by foreigners, and over half of our nation is in a state of economic recession. It's even worse now. Too big to fail. Exactly. Banks created the problem called mortgages. Yeah. So we were learning earlier, it said like back in the day they would be like 90%, right, loaned. And then they'd may go higher and higher, and then that would sometimes cause them to fail, right, because they wouldn't have the money. There's two times they need the money. They need the money if a bunch of people come to get their money, right? And they need the money if two banks were trading money back and forth, and the difference was such that they needed to pay it. And the Fed is designed to stop those problems, supposedly, from happening. They do in a way that they control, that they save the banks, right, the big banks, but they don't. But at what cost? At what cost? What does it cost to have this fake money? It costs probably human lives. It costs who knows how much. First reason to abolish the system. Nice. That is the scorecard 80 years after the Federal Reserve was created supposedly to stabilize our economy. Yeah, it hasn't done very good, has it? There can be no argument that the system has failed in its stated objectives. Furthermore, after all this time, after repeated changes in personnel, after operating under both political parties, after numerous experiments in monetary philosophy, after over 100 revisions to its charter, and after the development of countless new formulas and techniques, there has been more than ample opportunity to work out mere procedural flaws. It is not unreasonable to conclude, therefore, that the system has failed. Not because it needs a new set of rules or more intelligent directors, but because it is incapable of achieving its stated objectives. Right? It's been 100 years at least, right? Enough. Enough, bro. We tried it. It didn't work. It didn't work. It fucked us all. Stop it. Get rid of it. And if an institution is incapable of achieving its objectives, there is no reason to preserve it. Unless it can be altered in some way to change its capability. That leads to the question, why is the system incapable of achieving its stated objectives? The painful answer is, those are never its true objectives. When one realizes the circumstances under which it was created, when one contemplates the identities of those who authored it, when one studies its actual performance over the years, it becomes obvious that the system is merely a cartel with government facade. There is no doubt that those who run it are motivated to maintain full employment, high productivity, low inflation, and generally sound economy. They are not interested in killing the goose that lays such beautiful golden eggs. But when there is a conflict between the public interest and private needs of the cartel, a conflict that arises almost daily, the public will be sacrificed. That is the nature of the beast. It is foolish to expect a cartel to act in any other way. The government's a cartel at the end of the day, in a way now. Something else it states there too that I find interesting is the same conclusion. What's his name found? What's his name? The guy that wrote Against School. He came to the same conclusion, right? About John Taylor Gatto. He came to the same conclusion that the school system's stated objectives are not the real objectives. They just are said. And that seems true for every government project like that. For the Fed, for the school system, anything like that, the real purpose is not told to the public. And if you figure it out, people don't call you crazy, right? Like the school system is built to make docile, stupid people that obey and work, right? Obviously, that's its true objective. It has no purpose. It has no intention of educating you. And the fact that people go through that system and think they're educated is like the biggest lie ever sold to people ever. And the fact that people are adults and still believe they were educated is stupidity, I think. That's just stupidity, I guess. But isn't it interesting that every time these fucking systems, the real objective is so far, it's just control every time, pretty much, right? It's power and control. The view was not encouraged by establishment institutions and publishers. It has become their apparent mission to convince the American people that the system is not intrinsically flawed. It merely has been in the hands of bumbling oafs. Again, I think, and is that not true for every single thing the government's ever done? Are they not all just systems of control? And not by necessarily the government, mostly by private interests that want the control, right? Like it's not people blame quote unquote capitalism for everything, right? But it's not capitalism. Capitalism isn't it. It's the public interest being allowed to build something that's the private interest being allowed to build something through the public interest, through the government, that's supposedly for the public, but it never is. Nothing the government does is for you. It's for them. It's for private people that have some plan. Always. It's never, because that's what you got to understand too, right? Like, if power doesn't come from any of the, throw out all that socioeconomic bullshit you're taught. It's all stupid. It's all fake. But power comes from the individual. So how do you trace back who's actually doing these things? Well, it's private interest somewhere that wants more power, right? It's bankers, it's Rockefellers, it's these types. That's what really happens. That's where the power really, that's where the plans really come from. The government, how does the government ever go, oh, let's help people? That never happens. That's never happened. That will never happen. That is not a thing. Because they don't have, who has the motive to do that? No one. So don't tell the government to do that. Because we have interest in helping each other, right? As individuals. Like I have interest in helping my friends. You have interest in helping your friends and your family and people you know. We have that interest. So let's stop giving power to these motherfuckers that have no interest in us at all. In fact, they think of us as like cattle and shit. Let's stop giving them power, man. That's what I say. Stop it. Crazy. For example, William Grader was a former assistant managing editor for the Washington Post. His book, Secrets of the Temple, was published in 1987 by Simon & Schuster. It was critical of the Federal Reserve because of its failures, but according to Grader, these were not caused by any deficiency in the system itself, but merely because the economic factors are so complicated that the good men who have struggled to make the system work have just not yet been able to figure it all out. But don't worry, folks, they're working on it. This is exactly the kind of powder puff criticism which is acceptable in our mainstream media. Yet, Grader's own research points to an entirely different interpretation. Speaking of the system's origin, he says, "Hey Riot, welcome. We're reading The Creature from Jekyll Island." Is what we're reading. So this is from some guy's research, Grader's research of the origin of the Fed. As new companies proposed without Wall Street, so did the new regional banks that handled their funds. New York's concentrated share of bank deposits was still huge, about half the nation's total, but it was declining steadily. Wall Street was still the biggest kid on the block, but less and less able to bully others. This trend was a crucial fact of history, a misunderstood reality that completely alters the political meaning of the reform legislation that created the Federal Reserve. At the time, the conventional wisdom in Congress, widely shared and sincerely espoused by progressive reformers, was that a government institution would finally harness the money trust, disarm its powers, and establish broad democratic control over money and credit. The results were nearly the opposite. The money reforms enacted in 1913, in fact, helped to preserve the status quo to stabilize the old order. Money-centered banks would not only gain dominance over the new central bank, but would also enjoy new insulation against instability and their own decline. Once the Fed was in operation, the steady diffusion of financial power halted. Wall Street maintained its dominant position and even enhanced it. So we went from like having competition and other banks and all this other shit, but the big banks didn't want that to happen, so they stopped it. And they stopped it in such a way so they could control it and they could keep everybody else out, right? And that's what the Fed really is. It's a cartel by the biggest banks, but in cooperation with the government. And the taxpayer pays for all of their mistakes. They don't. They figured out a way to make us responsible for their mistakes. That's crazy, man. Anthony Sutton, former research fellow at the Hoover Institute for War, Revolution, and Peace, also professor of economics at California State University, Los Angeles, provides a somewhat deeper analysis. He writes, Warburg's revolutionary plan to get American society to go to work for Wall Street was astonishingly simple. Even today, academic theoreticians cover the blackboards with meaningless equations, and the general public struggles in bewildered confusion with inflation and the coming credit collapse, while the quite simple explanation of the problem goes undiscussed and almost entirely uncomprehended. The Federal Reserve System is a legal private monopoly of the money supply, operated for the benefit of the few under the guise of protecting and promoting the public interest. Yeah, it's exactly that. We'll be right back. We have a summary here in a second. For what we've read so far, I think, for the chapters for. The real significance of the journey to Jekyll Island and the creature that was hatched there was inadvertently summarized by the words of Paul Warburg's admiring biographer, Harold Kulak. Paul M. Warburg is probably the mildest-mannered man that ever personally conducted a revolution. It was a bloodless revolution. He did not attempt to rouse the populace to arms. He stepped forth armed simply with an idea, and he conquered. That's the amazing thing. A shy, sensitive man, he imposed his idea on a nation of 100 million people. And the other thing, too, is like, people are still using the same fucking techniques today, and people are still falling for it because they come out of the public education system, and they're dumb as hell. They are dumb as hell. Most people can't read. And what's wild is like they get a degree in a college or something, right? And even in college, they never read a book. They were assigned passages or like they're just a couple pages. They never even read a book one time. Maybe they did. Maybe some of them did, but nonetheless, these people are retarded that come out of school system, and this is why all these plans still work and no one tries to overthrow this kind of thing, because no one gets it. They're like, oh, economics, oh, it's really complicated, blah, 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 blah. It's not really complicated. It's not. They built all that fake complication to make it so you don't understand it, and so they can do whatever they want, right? Just like communism, bro. Just like these other fields of sociology and things. They make stuff up and make it seem really confusing and really complicated, but it's not at all. None of these things are. In summary, the basic plan for the Federal Reserve System was drafted at a secret meeting held in November of 1910 at the private resort of J.P. Morgan on Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. Those who attended represented the great financial institutions of Wall Street and indirectly Europe as well. The reason for secrecy was simple. Had it been known that rival factions of the bank community had joined together, the public would have been alerted to the possibility that the bankers were plotting an agreement in restraint of trade, which of course is exactly what they were doing. What emerged was a cartel agreement with 5 objectives: stop the growing competition from the nation's newer banks, obtain a franchise to create money out of nothing for the purpose of lending, get control of the reserves of all banks so that the more reckless ones would not be exposed to currency drains and bank runs, get the taxpayer to pick up the cartel's inevitable losses, and convince Congress that the purpose was to protect the public. It was realized that the bankers would have to become partners with the politicians. That's crazy, man. And that the structure of the cartel would have to be central bank. The record shows that the Fed has failed to achieve its stated objectives. That is because those were never its true goals. As a bank cartel, and in terms of the 5 objectives stated above, it has been an unqualified success. Yeah, right? Just like the school system. Just like the school system. Just like the school system. All right, chapter 2. The name of the game is bailout. The analogy of a spectator sport event as means of explaining the rules by which taxpayers are required to pick up the cost of bailing out the banks when their loans go sour. Nice. I do want to know the logistics of this, right? I do want to know how it actually works for balancing it out. It was stated in the previous chapter that the Jekyll Island Group, which conceived the Federal Reserve System, actually created a national cartel which was dominated by the larger banks. It was also stated that the primary objective of the cartel was to involve the federal government as an agent for shifting the inevitable losses from the owners of those banks to the taxpayers. That, of course, is one of the more controversial assertions made in this book. Yet there is little room for any other interpretation when one confronts the massive evidence of history since the system was created. Let us therefore take another leap through time, having jumped to the year 1910 to begin this story. Let us now return to the present era. To understand how banking losses are shifted to the taxpayers, it is first necessary to know a little bit about how the scheme was designed to work. There are certain procedures and formulas which must be understood, or else the entire process seems like chaos. It is as though we had been isolated all our lives on a South Sea island with no knowledge of the outside world. Imagine what it would then be like the first time we traveled to the mainland and witnessed a game of professional football. We would stare with incredulity at men dressed like aliens from another planet throwing their bodies against each other, tossing a funny-shaped object back and forth, fighting over it as though it were of great value, yet occasionally kicking it out of the area as though it were worthless. And despised, chasing each other, knocking each other to the ground, and then walking away to regroup for another surge. All this with tens of thousands of spectators riotly shouting in unison for no apparent reason at all. Without a basic understanding that this was a game, and without knowledge of the rules to the game, the event would appear as total chaos and universal madness. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? That's true. Right? If you just grew up on an island, right, and with like your family and nobody else, and you didn't have books or anything, you just had and you come to watch a football game, you're like, what the fuck? If you can't understand it. That's true. I mean, that's understandable too, right? I'm sure in your life you looked at some kind of sport, and be like, what the fuck is going on here? I know, like if I look at rugby, right, or something like this, I'm like, what the fuck is this? The operation of our monetary system through the Federal Reserve has much in common with professional football. First, there are certain plays that are repeated over and over again, with only minor variations to suit the special circumstances. Second, there are definite rules which the players follow with great precision. Third, there is a clear objective to the game, which is uppermost in the minds of the players. And fourth, if the spectators are not familiar with that objective and if they do not understand the rules, they will not comprehend what is going on, which as far as monetary matters is concerned is the common state of the vast majority of Americans today. Why, and I ask again, why does the public school system not teach you about the rules of this game? Why does it not teach you about economics? Why does it not teach you about properly saving? Why does it not teach you about how money actually works and what you need to do to make more money and all that? Why does it not do that? That would be the one thing that the school system should actually do, and it doesn't do it. Why? Let us therefore attempt to spell out in plain language what that objective is and how the players expect to achieve it. It demystifies the process. We shall present an overview first. After the concepts are clarified, we then shall follow up with actual examples taken from the recent past. The name of the game is Bailout. As stated previously, the objective of this game is to shift the inevitable losses from the owners of the larger banks to the taxpayers. The procedure by which this is accomplished is as follows. Rules of the game. The game begins when the Federal Reserve System allows commercial banks to credit checkbook money out of nothing. Details regarding how this incredible feat is accomplished are given in Chapter 10, entitled The Mandrake Mechanism. I can't wait to get to that, the Mandrake Mechanism. The banks derive profit from this easy money, not by spending it, but by lending it to others and collecting interest. Right. When such a loan is placed on the bank's books, it is shown as but it's no money. They're loaning out magic money. Okay. It's nothing. They're like, here, have some money. It's nothing. and then they make money on it. That's crazy. What is the fucking banks? They're like, here, girl, have $10,000. Okay, thank you. Give me 5% of that. Okay, give me 5% of that every year, every month. Now, give me. Okay, thank you. And he's like, okay, but where'd you get this money? Where'd you get the money from? Well, yeah, I mean, I really appreciate the $10,000. I'm making a lot of money here, Mister. Where did you get the money? Hello? Where'd you get the money? Then I'm like, okay, I understand I'm paying you for the money you borrowed me, you lent me, but where did you get the money? Why am I paying you money? No answer? Okay. When such a loan is placed on the bank's books, it is shown as an asset. That's fucking wild. Hold on. They make imaginary money and then they claim it as an asset. It is shown as an asset because earning interest and presumably someday will be paid back. At the same time, an equal entry is made on the liability side of the ledger. That is because the newly created checkbook money now is in circulation, and most of it will end up in other banks, which will return the canceled checks to the issuing bank for payment. Individuals may also bring some of this checkbook money back to the bank and request cash. The issuing bank therefore has a potential money payout liability equal to the amount of the loan asset. So it counts as both. It counts as both an asset because it's going to earn interest, right? So they say it's an asset that you own, and then also it's a liability because they could request. Well, hold on. If it's a loan, why would it be in liability? Liability. Oh, because the money is out there. Sure. Okay, because the money is out there is why it's a liability. Because it now exists out of nothing. Now as you put it down so you understand it's out there. Okay. When a borrower cannot repay and there are no assets which can be taken to compensate, the bank must write off that loan as a loss. However, since most of the money originally was created out of nothing and cost the bank nothing except bookkeeping overhead, there is little of tangible value that is actually lost. It is primarily a bookkeeping entry. A bookkeeping loss can still be undesirable to a bank because it causes the loan to be removed from the ledger as an asset without a reduction in liabilities. Okay, so if they lend out $50,000 to somebody, right, and he doesn't pay it back, they didn't actually spend $50,000, right? That's something to understand. If they didn't actually lose $50,000, but on a book somewhere, they had an asset that said that when they loan it out, it's an asset. It says, okay, $50,000, we're getting interest on this $50,000. That's one of our assets. That's something we have when we own. And on the other side, on the liability side, they have $50,000, and that's because they put the money out there, and they're like, okay, well, we need to get that back. And so then when they don't have the money, right, they cross off the asset part, but the $50,000 liability stays, but they don't actually lose any money, right? No actual money happens. The difference must come from the equity of those who own the bank. In other words, the loan asset is removed, but the money liability remains. Right, exactly. The original checkbook money is still circulating out there, even though the borrower cannot repay, and the issuing bank still has the obligation to redeem those checks. The only way to do this and balance the books once again is to draw upon the capital which was invested by the bank's stockholders to deduct the loss from the bank's current profits. In either case, the owner... Was there two things? Hold on. The only way to do this and balance the books once again is to draw upon the capital which is invested by the bank's stockholders or deduct the loss from the bank's current profits. In either case, the owners of the bank lose an amount equal to the value of the defaulted loan. So to them, the loss becomes very real. If the bank is forced to write off a large amount of bad loans, the amount could exceed the entire value of the owner's equity. When that happens, the game is over and the bank is insolvent. This concern should be sufficient to motivate most bankers to be very conservative in their loan policy, and in fact most of them do act with great caution with dealing with individuals and small businesses. But the Federal Reserve System, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and the Federal Deposit Loan Corporation now guarantee that massive loans made to large corporations to other governments will not be allowed to fall entirely upon the bank's owners, and should those loans go into default. This is done under the argument that the corporations or banks are allowed to fail. The nation would suffer from vast unemployment and economic disruption. More on that in a moment. Fucked up. That's fucked up, man. Get fuck off, bank. Like, they protect the big guy. So if they lose that money, they still can keep going. But if we start a business, you or me start a business, there's nothing for us, right, to help us with that. That's fucked up, man. That's the opposite of how it should be. They should keep the small guy going. Because, like, yes, okay, it will make a bunch of employment if a big company goes under. But if you have private business, then you have a bunch of innovation and there's jobs there too, right? All these private businesses have jobs. It's just not as much jobs in one spot. And you have innovation, you have competition, you have so many other, like, advantages from the market. Why do we do that? That's fucked up, bro. We should not do that. We should not do that. We should stop doing that. We should definitely get rid of the Fed. This is crazy. The perpetual debt play. The end result of this policy is that the banks have little motive to be cautious and are protected against the effects of their own folly. The larger the loan, the better it is, because it will produce greatest amount of profit with the least amount of effort. Right, because they don't actually need the money. And they're not really that much in trouble when they lose it, right? So they're like, okay, so Amazon wants a $100 million loan. Okay. They just say, okay, bro, and then they write it down in a book. They don't need the 100 million at that point, right? Because how they're able to do it now is they put that 100 million on the ledger as an asset because of the interest they're going to get off of it, and a liability. But they don't need the money. They can just say that. And then when it actually comes time, it actually fucks up. They have the fucking federal insurance thing to pay for it so they don't actually go under. A single loan to a third world country netting hundreds of millions of dollars in annual interest is just as easy to process, if not easier, than a loan of $50,000 to a local merchant on the shopping mall. If interest is paid, it's gravy time. If the loan defaults, the federal government will protect the public and through various mechanisms described shortly, will make sure the banks continue to receive their interest. What? What? If the loan defaults, they still don't pay, the bank still gets interest money? The individual and the small businessman find it increasingly difficult to borrow money at reasonable rates because the banks can make more money on loans to the corporate giants and foreign governments. So they have no reason to loan to us because they make more money and it's easier to loan to countries and big companies. But little guys, that's why it's so hard to get. It's harder to get a loan as a little guy because they don't give a fuck about you. It's the same amount of work to give you a $50,000 loan, and it's more risky to them than it is to give a $100 million loan to some big company. And so they just do. They want to do all those they can and do, like, why even bother with you? They don't care about you. We're nothing in the game because of the way it's set up. You could make it not set up that way, and then they would care about, you know, the smaller guy, but they're not gonna this way, right? It's crazy, man. Also, the bigger loans are safer for the banks. Yeah, they're protected because the government will make them good even if they default. There are no such guarantees for the small loans. Yeah, small loans are riskier. The public will not swallow the line that bailing out the little guy is necessary to save the system, but it should be. We should be. Why don't we bail out the little guy instead of the big guy? I'd rather the system work like that. The dollar amounts are too small. Only when the figure becomes mind-boggling does the ploy become plausible. It's important to remember that banks do not really want to have their loans repaid, except as evidence. They don't care, yeah, okay? Hold on. Banks don't need the money repaid because they didn't need the money to lend it. It was just a line they drew, right? Okay, so let's say I'm a bank. Like, think about it. You're a bank, okay? The reason you don't really care about a bank being repaid is because, think about it. You're a bank. You have whatever value. Somebody asks for a $100 million loan. You go, okay. You don't lose any money. You put down on a thing. You put $100 million asset loan here, and then in liability, go $100 million. Okay. And then you don't care if you ever get that back. You didn't spend it. In fact, you like it this way because now it's an asset giving you money on the interest. You'd rather have unlimited loans than ever get the money back because you don't need the money in the first place to loan it. They make the profit from interest on the loan. Right, and what do they really want to do? Make money. So they want as many loans out as possible. They don't care if they get the money back. They just want interest paid. That's their real motives. That's where they actually make money. That's what they're actually doing. Fuck, man. Hey, Rabbi, I'm sorry I was tending my onions. Tending my onions. Huh. Interesting, man. Okay, what part was I at? They make a profit interest on the loan, not a payment of the loan. They don't make anything with that. If a loan is paid off, the bank merely has to find another borrower. Right, they actually lose an asset. If you pay off your loan, the bank is actually disappointed, right? Because now they lose the asset that your loan was. So they're not happy about that. They actually would rather just give you more debt, right? Oh, you want another loan? Here you go. That's okay. Bank merely has to find another borrower, and that can be an expensive nuisance, right? So if somebody pays off a loan, in fact, you have a negative interest in them paying it off. If they pay off the loan, then it's going to cost you money to get another asset of equal value, another loan. It is much better to have an existing borrower pay only the interest and never make payments on the loan itself. That process is called rolling over the debt. One of the reasons banks prefer to lend to governments is that they do not expect those loans ever to be repaid. When Walter Wriston was chairman of the Citicorp Bank in 1982, he extolled the virtue of the action this way. If we had a Truth in Government Act comparable to the Truth in Advertising Law, every note issued by the Treasury would be obliged to include a sentence stating, "This note will be redeemed with the proceeds from an identical note which will be sold to the public when this one comes due." This note will be redeemed with the proceeds from an identical note which will be sold to the public when this comes due. Okay, it's a dollar bill that it just kind of exists based on the public paying things. When this activity is carried out in the United States, it is weekly. It is described as Treasury bill auction. When basically the same process is conducted abroad in foreign language, our news media usually speaks of countries rolling over its debts. The perception remains that some form of disaster is inevitable. It is not. To see why, it is only necessary to understand the basic facts of government borrowing. The first is that there are few recorded instances in history of any government, actually getting out of debt. Certainly in an era of 100 billion deficits, no one lending money to our government by buying a treasury bill expects it will be paid at maturity in any way except by our government selling a new bill of like amount. The debt rollover play. As the system makes it profitable for banks to make large, unsound loans, that is the kind of loans which banks will make, furthermore, it is predictable that most of the unsound loans eventually will go into default. When the borrower finally declares that he cannot pay, the bank responds by rolling over the loan. This often is stage managed to appear as a concession on the part of the bank, but in reality, it is a significant forward move towards the objective of perpetual interest. Eventually, the borrower comes to the point where you no longer pay even the interest. Now the play becomes more complex. The bank does not want to lose the interest, because that is its stream of income, but it cannot afford to allow the borrower to go into default either, because that would require a write-off, which in turn would wipe out the owner's equity and put the bank out of business. So the bank's next move is to create additional money out of nothing and lend that to the borrower so he'll have enough to continue paying the interest, which by now must be paid on the original loan plus the additional loan as well. What looked like a certain disaster suddenly converted by a brilliant play into a major score. This not only maintains the old loan on the books as an asset, it actually increases the apparent size of that asset and also results in higher interest payments, thus greater profit to the bank. Okay, so that is like, so you can't pay, wow, okay. So you have a $50,000 loan, let's just say is a random number, and you can't really pay the things anymore, right? You can't pay the payments anymore. So like, bro, I can't pay it. And the bank's like, okay, well, we give you another loan. We'll make it $55,000. We'll make it $60,000, and so you can pay off for the indefinite future, right? The next couple of months or whatever it is, next couple of years, you can pay, and there you go. Okay, I guess, thanks. And then On the books now, they have a $60,000 loan, right, for an asset, and the interest coming in, they're making more money. Everything's just better for them to loan you more money because they don't really have to make it. They don't really have to have that money in existence whatsoever anymore. Okay. The up the ante play. Sooner or later, the borrower becomes restless. He is not interested in making interest payments with nothing left for himself. He comes to realize that he's merely working for the bank. Yeah, right? The banking system is basically to make you work for the bank, indebted to the bank, to be serfs for the bank. If you have student loans right now, you're a serf in real life, right? Like we have more serfdom than in the actual times of serfdom now. If people don't realize it, they're sold it as, oh, you need an education, oh, you need higher education, yada yada. They're told all these lies and things, right? But in reality, they're serfs. They're indentured servants, just like in the old days. He comes to realize that he's merely working for the bank, and once again, interest payments stop. The opposing teams go into a huddle to plan the next move, and then rush to the scrimmage line, where they hurl threatening innuendos at each other. The borrower simply will not pay. Collect if you can. The lender threatens to blackmail the borrower to see to it that he will never again be able to obtain a loan. Finally, a compromise is worked out. As before, the bank agrees to create still more money out of nothing and lend that to the borrower to cover the interest on both of the previous loans, but this time they up the ante to provide still additional money for the borrower to spend on something other than interest. That is a perfect score. The borrower suddenly has a fresh supply of money for his purposes, plus enough to keep them making those bothersome interest payments. The bank, on the other hand, now has still larger assets, higher interest income, and greater profits. What an exciting game. That's crazy. So banks have no reason not to be crazy and like make as much fake money as possible. And that means that means all kinds of things, man. The rescheduling play. The previous plays can be repeated several times until the reality finally draws on the borrower that he is sinking deeper and deeper into the debt pit with no prospects of climbing out. This realization usually comes when interest payments become so large they represent almost as much as the entire corporate earnings or the country's total tax base. At this time around, rollovers with larger loans are rejected and default seems inevitable. But wait, what's this? The players are back at the scrimmage line. There's a great confrontation. Referees are called in. Two shrill blasts from the horn tell us a score has been made for both sides. A voice over the public address system announces, "This loan has been rescheduled." Rescheduling usually means a combination of lower interest rate and a longer period of repayment. The effect is primarily cosmetic. It reduces the monthly payment but extends the period further into the future. This makes the current burden to the borrower a little easier to carry, but it also makes repayment of the capital even more unlikely, which they want. It postpones the day of reckoning, but in the meantime, you guessed it, the loan remains as an asset, and interest payments continue. Bro, isn't Trump like making longer mortgages or something? That's a trap. Oh, that's a trap. Oh man, he's working for the banks. Trump is working for the banks, bro. Right? Hold on. Wasn't he doing that? Trump longer mortgages. 50-year, Trump proposed 50-year mortgage. Bro, he's working for the banks. That helps him. That's a trap. They brought back like 50-year mortgages here. Yeah, well apparently Trump wants to bring out a 50-year mortgage. So he's for the bankers too. So no matter, that's why even more reason I say stay out of the politics of things, because like there's clearly no political side that actually cares for the people. They're all on the banker side, right? Every politician, that's the game about politics, is politics is all for the bankers. Like, there's nobody right-wing or left-wing that's against the bankers. And people see this, right? And they say, like, well, one party, the Uniparty, where they say conservatives only care about corporate interests. It's not even corporate interests. It's the banks, right? It's not corporate interests even. Well, it is connected to that. But that corporate interests are a smaller player than the banks. The banks are what's really controlling everything. The corporate interests are like inside a second tier where, like, because corporate interests are still dependent on loans, right? So they're still playing a second tier game compared to the loan agencies and the financiers. They're still playing a second tier game. They're still inside the seed. They're like bankers are like the owners of the teams, right? And corporations and corporate interests are like the teams, right, on the field that we're talking about. We're keeping this football thing. Corporate interests and politics are the players on the field, and the owner and the owner of the team is banks. 50 years is depressing. Well, yeah, and the real reason is because it's not 50 years. It's indefinite. Really, they're just saying, really, they're just getting you on a loan that you'll never repay on purpose, and they know it, right? It's like that's why it's 50 years, because it's like, oh, you never have to pay it. You never will ever pay it off, and that's exactly what the banks want. They never want you to pay it off. They want it as an asset on their books until you die. That's crazy. Okay. Eventually, the day of reckoning arrives. The borrower realizes he can never repay the capital and flatly refuses to pay interest on it. It is time for the final maneuver. According to the Banking Safety Digest, which specializes in rating the safety of America's banks and S&Ls, most of the banks involved with problem loans are quite profitable businesses. Note that except for third world loans, most of the large banks in the country are operating quite profitably. In contrast with the continually worsening S&L crisis, the bank's profitability has been the engine with which they have been working off, albeit slowly, their overseas debt. At last year's profitability levels, the banking industry could, in theory, buy out the entirety of their own Latin American loans within 2 years. That's from Overseas Lending's Trigger for a Severe Depression question, the Banking Safety Digest, 1989. The banks can absorb the losses of bad loans to multinational corporations and foreign governments, but that is not according to the rules. It would be a major loss to the stockholders who would receive little or no dividends during the adjustment period, and any chief executive officer who embarked upon such a course would soon be looking for a new job. That this is not part of a game plan is evident by the fact that while a small portion of Latin America debt has been absorbed, the banks are continuing to make gigantic loans to governments in other parts of the world, particularly Africa, Red China, and Eastern Europe nations. For reasons which we analyzed in Chapter 4, there is little hope that the performance of these loans will be different than those in Latin America. But the most important reason for not absorbing the loss is that there is a standard play that can still breathe life back into those dead loans and reactivate the bountiful income streams that flows from them. Here's how it works. The captains of both teams approach the referee and the game commissioner to request that the game be extended. The reason given is that this is in the interest of the public. The spectators are having such a wonderful time, and it'll be sad to see the game end. They request also that while the spectators are in the stadium enjoying themselves, the parking lot attendants be ordered to quietly remove the hubcaps from every car. They do that. These can be sold to private to provide money for additional salaries for all the players, including the referee, and of course the commissioner himself. That is only fair since they are now working overtime for the benefit of these spectators. When the deal is finally struck, the horn will blow 3 times and a roar of joyous relief will sweep across the stadium. Bro, do you recognize some of that? In somewhat less recognizable form, the same play may look like this. The president of the lending bank and the finance officer of the defaulting corporation or government will join together and approach Congress. They'll explain that the borrower has exhausted his ability to service the loan, and without assistance from the federal government, there will be dire consequences for the American people. Not only will there be unemployment and hardship at home, there will be massive disruptions in world markets. And since we are now so dependent on those markets, our exports will drop, foreign capital will dry up, and we will suffer greatly. What is needed, they will say, is for Congress to provide money to the borrower, either directly or indirectly, to allow him to continue to pay interest on the loan, to initiate new spending programs which will be so profitable he will soon be able to pay everyone back. As part of the proposal, the buyer will agree to accept the direction of a third-party referee in adopting an austerity program to make sure that none of the new money is wasted. The bank also will agree to write off a small part of the loan as a gesture of its willingness to share the burden. This move, of course, will have been foreseen from the very beginning of the game and is a small step backward to achieve a giant stride forward. After all, the amount to be lost through the write-off was created out of nothing in the first place, and without this final maneuver, the entirety would be written off. Furthermore, this modest write-down is dwarfed by the amount gained through restoration of the income stream. Right, so let's say it's $1 million loan, right? And the bank's like, okay, we'll get rid of $100,000. We'll get rid of $100,000. That doesn't matter because they never gave the million in the first place. What it is an asset on their book that says $1 million. It's not an actual. It never was an actual $1 million to them. Yeah, forever, and they loan out more than what a person can afford. Yeah, well, yeah. Because they want them indebted forever. Yeah. The banks need the fake cash flow to remain steady. Yeah. We need a housing crash. Well, I don't know. I don't know if the housing crash fixes it either. I think the solution is I think there is a solution, bro. It's moving everything, like moving all of our assets as regular people to some other thing like crypto or whatever, and then being able to trade it and whatever, like as if it's money, figuring that out. And that's the solution, I think. I don't think any crash or anything, like all those things are going to happen anyway. We just need to get the fuck out of them so they don't hurt us when it happens. We need to get out of the banking game, and as much as we can. But I mean, obviously, we're still going to pay taxes. There's nothing you can do about that. But get as much of our money and resources out of the system. The system is going to crash, and it's going to create in different places and things. Like, we got to build alternate systems. There's no way for us to, like us regular people, to really like have any agency in this if we don't get alternate systems. Because then even if they crash, even if this happens, that happens, they're just going to come with a new plan to extend it all again, right? They'll come with a new final play or a new whatever, and we're all in a way to push it down, and they'll lie about it, and they'll say it's something else, and we'll just move on to the next stage. My parents used to have neighbors who bought their house for 8,000 guilders, which is less than 400 euros. Wow. Then when my father bought a house in the same neighborhood, it cost him 100K. Yeah, it's like that. It's like that in California too. But there's still places in America, where you could buy and build for cheap. Like there's states that really would love to have people living there, and they don't have as many like regulations and things. And some of them even like offer you money to move there. Like in America, it's still possible, not in a lot of the big cities, but it's still possible, like to get away from a lot of this. You could move to some small state that has very low regulations and stuff, and then like try to set up a town, and then probably get involved politically to try to make sure they never do start adding all these regulations that would make it too expensive to do anything, and then provide cheap housing and stuff like that. Like it's possible to do, but you need the resources to do it, which I clearly don't have yet. But like if you could start a town somewhere, like I'm saying, my town plan, and then you could build it in a way where it can provide cheap housing, and where the housing can be cheap, which it would require going to a state with minimal regulations, like safe, like all kinds of regulations, all those stupid fees and things. Which there are states with really low, like it would be doable. And then people would copy it, right? And America has enough land and stuff still. It's possible. In the cities, it's not, right? In the cities, they're too locked down. But and a lot of the states with the cities are too locked down too. So you'd have to move. You have to move to like middle of nowhere states and develop them. I think that's the only plan. I think. He built up that money just working, yeah. Also, paying your mortgage once a month is a scam. The better plan seems to be paying it weekly. That's how we choose to do. Huh. What makes it better? I need a driver's license so I can get a plot of land that is remote. Yeah. It seems like remote stuff is the best plan because that'll minimize all your costs, and then also it minimizes the cost of other people, like moving in nearby you too, right? Because if it's cheaper there, then it's cheap, like My goal is still a town at someday. When I figure out, um, when I figure it all out. I think it's the best plan. A town, and like you try to get the economy going, and you make sure everybody understands. You don't want regulation. You don't want. We don't want these banks to come in. We'll have to figure out our own way. I was thinking about like an app. What about an app that like let you directly like pool and loan money? I was thinking about too. Simps actually is something like Simps. Okay, already is a way for us to pool and share money. I've realized that. I don't know if you guys realize that. Something like that is already a way, right? Because like, for example, let's say I had an extra $100 that I'm not doing anything with, right? If you guys have extra key, the problem is everybody has to start, like at some point when we start, if we use it that way, people have to have extra keys, right, that they can sell. And then if I put that money in there, it raises the value for everyone else, and then they can sell their keys and take the money out, right? They could sell some of their keys and take the money out. Would be cool. Be cool. Like we can already use it that way. We can already use it that way. The problem, of course, is I don't know the problem there. No, there's not a way out of having everything break, Rabbi. There's definitely not a way out. No, there's no way out. But that's the thing. But the no way out for the systems doesn't mean anything. It doesn't necessarily mean us. What I'm saying is the systems are built around this fake money and stuff. So, okay, so my theory is like this, right? People, power is what? Power in reality is the individual's willpower, right? We each have it. And money is like energon cubes and transformers. It's like powering up that excess that you build stuff and you trade it and whatever, and you build this excess power to use on other things, to build more things and keep compounding your assets, right? Your power, your stuff. Your power and weighting, your meta energy. We need that to not be in money, number one, right? Because money is broken, is going to break, right? The dollar is going to break. It can't be in any government money that we know of. It has to be in something else. And it can't be just like gold or something like an asset like that just sits. It has to be something we can use just as if it's money and trade. Like I've come to the conclusion that financial freedom is not like a bunch of money at all anymore, right? Because it's all too controlled. It's money or something like money, something that the holder, meta energy like money, some placeholder for energy that you can trade, right? So that's why I think crypto could be it, but it's also like, oh, maybe it's not. Maybe there's a new crypto that we would need to actually do this well, or I don't know. I'm going to read more and more about stuff, come up with a game plan. But obviously, we need to move we need to move the resources out of the system because the system's going to fall, and then we build parallel systems that will minimize the damage by disconnecting from the overall system as much as we can. And as many, if obviously, like just doing it by yourself, you're like, well, is that enough? Well, hopefully lots of people do that. Like hopefully you have like lots of little places that do stuff like that. And also if somebody shows it works, people will copy it, right? Once it actually reaches a point of like success, it'll be obvious that it's a working model and a lot of people will copy it. There's a possibility to fix things that way, I think, like in that the old system, like to minimize the damage of the collapsing old systems. Not necessarily, you can't save everything. That's not going to happen. That's not on the table. That's not doable. I don't see any way to anyway. But we can, for us in the field we care about, find a way to sidestep and be part of what grows out. But there's no way to save it. There's no way to save it. Breaking seems the most viable option. Yeah, but I'm saying we need to get out. We can't. Breaking could kill people. Like we need to get out of it. When there is a way to get out, crypto has given us an option. There's other things we could think about similarly. There is an option to get out. We need to get out. We need to escape. Where were we? Let me start this paragraph over. In a somewhat less recognizable form, the same play may look like this. The president of the lending bank and the finance officer of the defaulting corporation or government would join together and approach Congress. They'll explain that the borrower has exhausted his ability to service the loan, and without assistance from the federal government, there'll be dire consequences for the American people. Not only will there be unemployment and hardship at home, there'll be massive disruptions in the world markets, and since we are now so dependent on those markets, our exports will drop, foreign capital will dry up, and we'll suffer greatly. What is needed, they will say, is for Congress to provide money to the borrower, either directly or indirectly, to allow him to continue to pay interest on the loan and to initiate new spending programs which are profitable. He will soon be able to pay everyone back. As part of the proposal, the borrower will agree to accept the direction with third-party referee. I swear I read this. I mean, I definitely read this part already. I must have missed it. Will accept the direction with third-party referee and adoption of an austerity program to make sure that none of the new money is wasted. The bank also will agree to write off small part of the loan. Where did I get to? I already read the whole paragraph. Okay, so yeah, you can. They can write off a little bit and say that, oh, look at that, because they never paid the money in the first place. Okay, the guaranteed payment play. One of the standard variations of the final maneuver is for the government not always to direct One of the standard variations of the final maneuver is for the government not always to directly provide the funds, but to provide the credit for the funds. That means to guarantee future payments should the borrower again default. Once Congress agrees to this, the government becomes a co-signer to the loan, and then the inevitable losses are finally lifted from the ledger of the bank and placed onto the back of the American taxpayer. Yeah, that's fucked up we do that. That's fucked up we do that. Ask Coffee. Kick is cringe. Okay, what are you saying there? You're saying there, yeah. Money now begins to move into the banks through a complex system of federal agencies, international agencies, foreign aid, and direct subsidies. All these mechanisms extract payments from the American people and channel them to the deadbeat borrowers, who then send them to the banks to service their loans. Isn't that fucked up? So, like, we don't get these protections as the little guy, right? We don't get the protections for loans. We don't get the protections for our businesses, but the big guys do. And not only do they get it, we pay for it. Like, people think like, oh, I'm paying my taxes so I get something too, right? No, you're not. You're a servant. You're a servant to the bigger companies and the banks and things. And they just lie to you, and they convince you like, oh, you need a job. By job, I mean corporate wage slave subservience. Not like, oh, you need to start a business. You need freelance your skills or anything like that. Like, actually work for yourself. No. You need a corporate job. Jesus Christ, man. And then you're just working for, no, even when you're not working for them, you're working for them, right? Because let's say you don't actually have a job there, but you work on your own, you pay self-employment tax. That money's still going to them. You're still paying all these taxes that just go to them. We have us regular people, and then they say tax the rich. It's not tax the rich. That's not the fucking option here. It's to figure this part out. Like, we're giving our tax money goes to pay off these big corporations that we say are too big to fail. Under why? Like, oh, it was hypothetical jobs or whatever other thing. Yeah, great, but how about we got to keep our money, we got to keep our things, and we don't cover these things. How about you protect us if you want to protect anyone? But yeah, okay, that's scary. No, we work for them. We're slaves to the corporate world, even if you don't work for them, because they tax us to pay them off. Very little of this money actually comes. Let me go back up. American people and channel them to deadbeat borrowers, who then send them to the banks to service their loans. Very little of this money actually comes from taxes. Almost all of it is generated by the Federal Reserve System. When this newly created money returns to the banks, it quickly moves out again into the economy, where it mingles with and dilutes the value of the money already there. Right, okay. When they say, okay, deadbeats, we'll get the money, and then you don't have to pay. They pay it off, and then that money is just made up money, and then so it dilutes everything. Yeah, that makes sense. The result is the appearance of rising prices, which in reality is a lowering of the value of the dollar. Right, like it's happening now, right? Like that happened. That made McDonald's like $10 for a burger or whatever, right? That was what happened. It's because they paid off. It's because they paid off all these people with the Fed. The American people have no idea they are paying the bill. They know that someone's stealing their hubcaps, but they think it is the greedy businessmen who
who raises prices, or the selfish laborer who demands higher wages, or the unworthy farmer who demands too much for his crop, or the wealthy foreigner who bids up our prices. They do not realize that these groups are also victimized by a monetary system which is constantly being eroded in value by and through the Federal Reserve System. Public ignorance of how the game is really played was dramatically displayed during a recent Phil Donahue TV show. The topic was the savings and loan crisis and the billions of dollars that it would cost the taxpayer. A man from the audience rose and asked angrily, "Why can't the government pay for these debts instead of the taxpayer?" And the audience of several hundred people actually cheered in enthusiastic approval. Wow, that guy, he doesn't know that's us. That's you. The government paying the debts is you paying the debts. That's how it works. Where do you think they get their money from? You think the government makes money? What are you talking about? Anyway, prosperity through insolvency. Since large corporate loans are often guaranteed by the federal government, one would think that the banks which make those loans would never have a problem. Yet, many of them still manage to bungle themselves into insolvency. As we shall see in a later section of this study, insolvency actually is inherent in the system itself, a system called fractional reserve banking. Nevertheless, a bank can operate quite nicely in a state of insolvency, so long as its customers don't know it. That's crazy, and they do it, don't they? Money is brought into being and transmuted from one imaginary form to another by mere entries on a ledger, and creative bookkeeping can always make the bottom line appear to balance. The problem arises when depositors decide, for whatever reason, to withdraw their money. Lo and behold, there isn't enough to go around. When that happens, the cat is finally out of the bag. The bank must close its doors, and the depositor is still waiting in line outside, or well, just that, still waiting. The promised solution to this problem is to require the banks, like all other businesses, to honor their contracts. If they tell their customer that deposits are payable upon demand, then they should hold enough cash to make good on that promise, regardless of when the customers want it or how many of them want it. In other words, they should keep cash in the vault equal to 100% of their depositors' accounts. When we give our hat to the hat check girl and obtain a receipt for it, we don't expect her to rent it out while we eat dinner hoping she'll get it back, or one just like it in time for our departure. We expect all the hats to remain there all the time, so there'll be no question of getting ours back precisely when we want it. Yeah, true. That's true. On the other hand, the bank tells us it's going to lend our deposit. Here's the thing. Yeah, here we go. On the other hand, if the bank tells us it's going to lend our deposits to others so we can earn a little interest on it, then it should also tell us forthrightly that we cannot have our money back on demand. Why not? Because it is loaned out and not in the vaults any longer. Customers who earn interest on their accounts will be told they have time deposits, not demand deposits. Because the bank will need a stated amount of time before it'll be able to recover the money which was loaned out. Yeah, they should tell us the truth, right? They should say, hey, you can't get this for a while. Instead of telling us we can, which is really just a lie, right? Like savings and stuff, the reason they penalize taking money out of savings and all this is this reason, right? Because they don't really have any of the money. They don't have any money, right? So they don't really want to give you any money. Banks don't want to give you any money. Why? Because they don't have any money. They're just making up money. Their job is just to make up money, pretend to give it to you, and for you to start sending them money. That's the bank's job, right? And they need to take money in order to have more fake money to lend out. Ridiculous. Well, not have real money to lend out, and then they have. Jesus Christ, this is a fucked up system, isn't it? None of this is difficult to understand, yet bank customers are seldom informed of it. They're told they can. Oh, I wanted to bring up Robinhood, the app, has a feature to like let you like let them sell your to rent your stocks in this weird way where like they sell it, but like they buy it back at a certain price or something. It's kind of weird, but the idea is that they basically rent your stocks out. They basically sell them out in a way where they sell them in this weird way, and they get them back, and then they give you a percentage of what they earn. Now, I think if banks are going to lend money like this, then they should give you more than what they give you, right? Like it shouldn't be like 0.5% or something, like it is. Should be more, and you should be able to earn. You should be able to earn more if you want to. And it should be like an optional thing. None of this is difficult to understand. Banks are seldom informed of it. They're told that they can have their money anytime they want it, and they're paid interest as well. Even if they do not receive interest, the bank does. And this is how so many customers can be offered at little or no direct cost. Occasionally, a 30-day or 60-day delay will be mentioned as a possibility, which is greatly inadequate for deposits which have been transformed into 10, 20, or 30-year loans. The banks are simply playing the odds that everything will work out most of the time. We shall examine the issue in greater detail in a later section, but for now it is sufficient to know that the total disclosure is not how the banking game is played. The Federal Reserve System has legalized and institutionalized the dishonesty of issuing more hat checks than there are hats, and has devised a complex method of disguising this practice as perfectly proper and normal feature of banking. Students of finance are told that there simply is no other way for the system to function. Yeah, that's wild too. I noticed that too. Like a lot of people, when we talk about economics and they're like they know something about economics from college, they think like what they learned is the only way it could function, basically, right? Like all their theories and things they learned are the only way we could ever do it, which is of course not true. And they don't understand it at like a basic level that would let them understand that it's of course not true. They think it's like this magical ritual. Economics like this magical ritual that needs to be approached this specific way. Once the premise is accepted, then all attention can be focused not on the inherent fraud, but on ways and means to live with it and make it as painless as possible. Right. They don't think that they can change it. The people that are learning finance in schools don't think they can change the problems, but we could. Based on the assumptions that only a small percentage of the depositors will ever want to withdraw their money at the same time, Federal Reserve allows the nation's commercial banks to operate with an incredibly thin layer of cash to cover their promises to pay on demand. When a bank runs out of money and is unable to keep that promise, the system then acts as a lender of last resort. That is banker language, meaning it stands ready to create money out of nothing and immediately lend it to any bank in trouble. Details on how it is accomplished are in Chapter 8. But there are practical limits to just how far the process can work. Even the Fed will not support a bank that has gotten itself so deeply in the hole it has no realistic chance of digging out. When a bank's bookkeeping assets finally become less than its liabilities, the rules of the game call for transferring the losses to the depositors themselves. This means they pay twice, once as taxpayers and again as depositors. The mechanism by which this is accomplished is called the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. The FDIC play. The FDIC guarantees that every insured deposit will be paid back regardless of the financial condition of the bank. The money to do this comes out of a special fund which is derived from assessment against participating banks. The banks, of course, do not pay this assessment. As with all other expenses, the bulk of the cost ultimately is passed on to their customers in the form of higher service fees and lower interest rates on deposits. Right, so we get less money. The reason we don't get that much money is because they pay money to things like this to bail themselves out. The FDIC is usually described as an insurance fund, but that is deceptive advertising at its worst. One of the primary conditions of insurance is that it must avoid what underwriters call moral hazard. That is the situation in which the policyholder has little incentive to avoid or prevent that which is being insured against. The moral hazard, what is that? That is a situation in which the policyholder has little incentive to avoid or prevent. Oh, right, like if you're selling like fire insurance or something and you don't really care, like for some reason you wouldn't care if stuff burned down for some reason, right? Maybe you're like firefighters and you make money. Maybe you own a firefighting station. It's private. And I don't know, bro. I'm trying to think of a good example. But yeah, okay. If you don't have a real reason that you would try to stop, like your interest would be in it not happening. An example would be a government program forcing everyone to pay an equal amount into a fund to protect them from the expense of parking fines. Government program for forcing everyone to pay an equal amount into a fund to protect them from expensive parking fines. One hesitates even to mention this absurd proposition, lest some enterprising politician should decide to put it on the ballot. Therefore, let us hasten to point out that if such a numbskull plan were adopted, two things would happen. One, just about everyone soon would be getting parking tickets, and two, since there now would be so many of them, the taxes to pay for these tickets would greatly exceed the previous cost of paying them without the so-called protection. Right, just like that's kind of like the issue with UBI too, right? If we give everybody income, then like the prices of everything will just eat it. So it won't really work. It's not really a good plan. It's not really a great plan. And also, like here's the thing about the UBI thing. The reason everyone, somebody mentioned the other day, and they're like, we need it because there won't be any jobs. But one, you're thinking in like a retarded way, I think. They think of economy as jobs, right? Instead of like any other way of thinking about it. They think of it as jobs. But I don't think that really makes sense. Because like jobs come and go. If you're trying to balance jobs, you'll regulate like all these other things like innovation, all this. You'll have to have all this market control that could hurt everything else for jobs. It doesn't really make sense. I don't really think we should control for jobs. I don't think we should necessarily worry for jobs. Yes, AI will quote unquote replace jobs, but it enables new markets that people haven't even thought of yet. And if we try to like regulate certain amount of jobs in certain industries and things like this, then we could stop innovation of brand new markets that could like change the world, could raise the welfare of everyone, could make quality of living higher and higher. Like, yeah, maybe there'll be less jobs, but maybe the jobs people have will be, maybe we need less jobs. Like maybe in order for maybe like if we have less jobs, then you could have one person be a breadwinner for a family again or something. You know, if we have less jobs, not more. We don't necessarily need the amount of jobs we have now. If people are paid better, then maybe only one person in a family needs to work. You know, like number of jobs doesn't necessarily mean anything, is what I'm saying. If number of jobs goes down but possible income goes up, then wouldn't that actually be good? Wouldn't we rather have that world? Like, doesn't it suck there's so many jobs? Like, women have to work. It doesn't actually suck. Isn't it actually bad? Wouldn't it be nice if they didn't have to? Wouldn't it be nice if like one person could make enough for their family? Wouldn't that be nice? So wouldn't that be a world with way less jobs? It would, with like half as many jobs. Let's see, how much further is this part? Oh, we're almost done with the chapter, guys. Nice, we're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. I gotta make it to the. Let me get a sip of caffeine and we'll make it to the end. Alright, here we go. The FDIC operates exactly in this fashion. Depositors are told their insured accounts are protected in the event their bank should become insolvent. To pay for this protection, each bank is assessed a specific percentage of its total deposits. That percentage is the same for all banks, regardless of their previous record or how risky their loans. Under such conditions, it does not pay to be cautious, right? Because it's only based on a percentage of their total deposits, not like their rates or anything like that, right? Okay. That's crazy. The banks making reckless loans earn a higher rate of interest than those making conservative loans. They also are far more likely to collect from the fund, yet they pay not 1 cent more. Conservative banks are penalized and gradually become motivated to make more risky loans to keep with their competitors to get their fair share of the fund's protection, right? Because they get more if they have more loans, because it's just a percentage of the deposits, or more deposits. So they want to make more. Like reckless, like get more people doing it. Moral hazard, therefore, is built right into the system. As with the protection against parking tickets, the FDIC increases the likelihood that what is being insured against will actually happen. It is not a solution to the problem; it is part of the problem. Real insurance would be a blessing. A true deposit insurance program, which was totally voluntary. Yeah, see, I've thought about this kind of thing too. right? We need voluntary systems for these things, because then they can't be like built around budgets and things like that. Part of the problem with government stuff is how they have all these like budgets, and they try to like keep the budget, and they have to spend everything in the budget. A better system, voluntary systems would be better, because they'd be determined on what people have, right? Like, if I could give $100 to like whatever this insurance thing, and it's voluntary, I don't have to do it, and I know it's just going to help other people, that'd be cool. If they had those things, right? Like, I had the idea before, or maybe the thing is to develop these things. Maybe I need to not just have these ideas. Maybe I need to develop these things. But I had the idea before for a, what if like this government, and I guess you could make this an app instead. You had like services that you wanted to pay for, and then you can just decide how much money to put into them, right? And you can move it around. And instead of taxes, we did that. Like, if you're like, man, I sure wish our roads were better, yada yada, you put more money into that. And then, you know, and based on what you want, you put more money into those things. It'd be way better. And it's voluntary. You can cut it down if you need to. Then that would allow people to bounce back from hard times, because when they're in hard times, they can cut down how much they give, right? It would be way more adaptive to individual circumstances, and less people would foreclose, less people would be in debt, less people would be in trouble, I think. Anyway, a true deposit insurance program which was totally voluntary. Yeah, I think we need insurance programs to be voluntary. I think we need to do that. I think that's for medical too. I think I had that idea before, right? For medical, do you guys remember? I had the idea of like a bail bondsman for medical debt, kind of, and then a register, like a federal register, a national register of medical debt, and then you can pay it off, and then anyone can pay it off. Like, the idea is like, so when you go to the hospital, yada yada, right? You go to the hospital, yada yada, you get what they're taken care of, then you get a bill, right? And a bail bondsman type person takes the middle, and they pay it, and then there's somebody that pays it for now, right? And then you do owe the money, like you do have a loan, but you have some kind of register where people can put forth money for people's medical loans. Like, and you can maybe see, I don't know what info you would put there. Maybe you don't put info. Maybe it's just like, it just like works through a system based on something. But maybe you put info and people pick specifically, like they go, okay, this person had like whatever heart condition or whatever, and like whatever. So, like, you could pick stuff that people that are suffering with things you like specifically empathize with if you wanted to, right? Or they put stuff like that. And that could be cool. I mean, that could be good. I feel like a lot of stuff would get paid off that way. Just let people voluntarily pay off other people's medical debt when they have the money. And then, of course, there'd be like almost no tax in this world, and you wouldn't be paying insurance or anything like that in this world. Everybody would have all of their money. So people would do it, I think. People want to give out money. I mean, not give out money. People want to help each other when they can. The problem is nobody has any money or resources to do it. But I think we could build these kind of middlemen to do it, or apps or some stuff to do it. I feel like maybe we got to develop them, though. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe we have to develop them. Maybe I have to figure out how to make one of these things. I got to think about this stuff. A true deposit insurance program which was totally voluntary and which geared its rates to the actual risks would be a blessing. Banks with solid loans on their books would be able to obtain protection for their depositors at reasonable rates, because the chances of the insurance company having to pay would be small. Banks with unsound loans, however, would have to pay much higher rates, or possibly would not be able to obtain coverage at any price. Depositors therefore would know instantly, without the need to investigate further, that a bank without insurance is not a place where they want to put their money. In order to attract deposits, banks would have to have insurance. In order to have insurance at rates they could afford, they would have to demonstrate to the insurance company that their financial affairs are in good order. This is a good point. Consequently, banks which failed to meet the minimum standards of sound business practice would soon have no customers and be forced out of business. A voluntary private insurance program would act as a powerful regulator of the entire banking industry, far more effectively and honestly than any political scheme ever could. Unfortunately, such is not the banking world of today. The FDIC protection is not insurance in any sense of the word. It is merely part of a political scheme to bail out the most influential members of the banking cartel when they get into financial difficulty. Isn't that wild too? Just like there's like unions and stuff people always set up really for the people that set it up. As we've already seen, the first line of defense in this scheme is to have a large defaulted loans restored to life by congressional pledge of tax dollars. If that should fail, and the bank can no longer conceal its insolvency through creative bookkeeping, and it was certain that anxious depositors will soon line up to withdraw their money, which the bank does not have. The second line of defense, therefore, is to have the FDIC step in and to make the payments for them. Bankers, of course, do not want this to happen. It is the last resort. If the bank is rescued in this fashion, management is fired, and what is left of the business usually is absorbed by another bank. Furthermore, the value of the stock will plummet, but this will affect the small stockholders only. Those with controlling interest and those in management know long in advance of the pending catastrophe and are able to sell the bulk of their shares while the price is still high. The people who create the problem seldom suffer the economic consequences for their actions. Isn't that sad and true? Right, the people that actually have like market control will know the problem is coming because they'll be in the shareholder meetings and stuff. But the people that don't have enough to go to the shareholder meetings and to like see that stuff, those are the people that won't know it's coming. The FDIC will never be adequately funded. The FDIC never will have enough money to cover its potential liability for the entire banking system. If that amount were in existence, it could be held by the banks themselves, and an insurance fund would not even be necessary. Instead, the FDIC operates on the same assumption as the banks do. Only a small percentage will ever need money at the same time. The amount held in reserve is never more than a few percentage points of the total liability. Typically, the FDIC holds $1.20 for every $100 of covered deposits. At the time of this writing, however, that figure had slipped to only 70% and was still dropping. That means that the financial exposure is about 99.3% larger than the safety net which is supposed to catch it. That failure of just one or two large banks in the system could completely wipe out the entire fund. And it gets even worse. Although the ledger may show that so many millions or billions are in the fund, that also is but creative bookkeeping. By law, the money collected from bank assessments was invested in treasury bonds, which means it is loaned to the government and spent immediately by Congress. In the final stage of this process, therefore, the FDIC itself runs out of money and turns first to the Treasury, then to Congress for help. This step, of course, is an act of final desperation, but it usually presented in the media as though it were a sign of the system's great strength. U.S. News and World Report blandly describes it this way. Should the agencies need more money yet, Congress has pledged the full faith and credit of the federal government. Jesus Christ. Gosh, gee whiz, isn't that wonderful? It sort of makes me feel rosy all over to know that the fund is well secured. Let's see what full faith and credit of the federal government actually means. Congress, already deeply in debt, has no money either. It doesn't dare openly raise taxes for the shortfall, so it applies for an additional loan by offering still more treasury bonds for sale. The public picks up a portion of these IOUs and the Federal Reserve buys the rest. What? The Federal Reserve buys them? Huh? If there is monetary crisis in hand, the size of the loan is great, the Fed will pick up the entire issue. But the Fed has no money either, so it responds by creating out of nothing an amount of brand new money equal to the IOUs, and through the magic of central banking, the FDIC is finally funded. The new money gushes into the banks, where it is used to pay off the depositors. From there, it floods through the economy, diluting the value of all money and causing prices to rise. Am I back on? Alright, disconnect for a second, I'm back. Dream Gold Coins, FIA is trash. Yeah, but I was talking, something about gold though I was thinking about earlier. I was talking about gold. Well, the problem is it doesn't matter, right? The problem is gold coins in no way saves us from the problem, Nintendo, right? That's what sucks. That's the thing. Like, I think crypto is the way. Why? Because, okay, so because it's two things, right? It's not just value. It's not just maintaining its value. It also has to, we also have to be able to trade it. We also have to be able to use it, right? We also have to be able to exchange it. You need both. One, like gold by itself. I know gold coins, you could theoretically change them, but exchange them. But if you have something, if you have money, let's say you have $1 million in gold, you effectively have no money though. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you do take out loans on it or whatever else, but in reality, like you actually like you effectively that energy isn't doing anything in the world. It basically doesn't exist. But you want your money to exist. You want to be able to spend it. You want to be able to invest it. I'm telling you, I think Simps is even better than I thought. The more I learn about the, I think crypto is the way. The problem is, of course, like figuring out the right way to do it. I'm gonna have to read a lot more about crypto now and figure out my plan. And also, it seems like if we could replace some of these things, we come with like apps or like direct money lending or something where individuals lend into funds and that we handle it instead of the banks on the small level. Like obviously not the big level, but that's not our problem, right? On like the individual level, we figure out how to help like small businesses and stuff, like pooling money and resources on the individual level. If we could do that, we can maybe sidestep the whole problem for a lot of regular people. Like if we could figure out some kind of app where like when you have extra money, you put it in there and then like it pays you interest, right? Because you can take money out of the app, right? And then you pay interest on that money. And then we could make some kind of app or something that does that, right? That smart manages it. I have to figure it out. I have to think a lot about this stuff. I'm thinking now maybe the answer is building something like this though. Like something, I mean, or hell, I mean, Simps is a piece of it. So I guess keep working on Simps, huh? Because it helps with this problem. It's a piece of helping with this problem. Stuff like it is a piece. It's more important than I thought, though. It's not just like streaming, right? Simps isn't just about streaming at all. Something much bigger than streaming. Because Simps is a market outside of not only the traditional streaming market, but outside of the traditional economic market, right? And that's true for all this crypto stuff. We need to all probably sidestep into those markets. And also there's big money in those markets too. But it's like everybody's scared of it, right? Everybody's scared of those markets because they're so volatile. But I think it's the only way to possibly sidestep this stuff. Interesting. The new money gushes into banks where it is used to flood the depositors. From there, it floods through the economy. See, the thing is, like, the thing about this is it's not even just your own money that is diluted. Everything is diluted. Like, so let's say like you had whatever dollar value in gold. It's still stuff will basically go up in money for you still, you know, like it's still, everything gets worse for everyone all over the place. The old paycheck doesn't buy as much anymore, so we learn to get along with a little bit less. But see, the bank's doors are open again, and all the depositors are happy until they return to their cars and discover the missing hubcaps. Yeah, they steal our hubcaps. That is what it means by full faith and credit of the federal government. That means they'll rob us when they need to. Okay, so summary of this chapter. Although national monetary events may appear mysterious and chaotic, they are governed by well-established rules which bankers and politicians rigidly follow. The central fact to understanding these events is that all the money in the banking system has been created out of nothing through the process of making loans. A defaulted loan therefore costs the bank little of tangible value, but it shows up on the ledger as a reduction in assets without a corresponding reduction in liabilities. If the bad loans exceed the size of the assets, the bank becomes technically insolvent. It must close the doors. The first rule of survival, therefore, is to avoid writing off large bad loans, and, if possible, to at least continue receiving interest payments on them. To accomplish that, the endangered loans are rolled over and increased in size. This provides the borrower with money to continue paying interest, plus fresh funds for new spending. The biggest problem is not solved, but it's postponed for a little while and made worse. Yeah, so like if you have $1 million, some country has $1 million loan, okay, here's 100, how about we make it $1.1 million, we keep paying the interest, $1.5 million, we keep paying the interest, and we give you the $500,000 now, but you're going to be paying a little bit more, and at least you can stay alive for now, right? That's what they do. The final solution on behalf of the banking cartel is to have the federal government guarantee payment of the loan should the borrower default in the future. This is accomplished by convincing Congress that not to do so would result in great damage to the economy and hardship for the people. So too big to fail is a fucking lie, man. And everybody that pushes it is a liar, right? Or stupid or something. Fuck, man. I knew that was nonsense. I knew all the time those fucking economists were full of shit. From that point forward, the burden of loan is removed from the bank's ledger and transferred to the taxpayer. Should this effort fail and the bank be forced into insolvency, the last resort is to use the FDIC to pay off the depositors. The FDIC is not insurance because the presence of moral hazards makes this thing it supposedly protects against more likely to happen. A portion of the FDIC funds are derived from assessments against the banks. Ultimately, however, they are paid by the depositors themselves. When those funds run out, the balance is provided by the Federal Reserve in the form of freshly created money. This floods through the economy, causing the appearance of rising prices, but which in reality is the lowering of the value of the dollar. The final cost of the bailout, therefore, passed to the public in the form of a hidden tax called inflation. So much for the rules of the game. In the next chapter, we shall look at the scorecard, the actual play itself. Alright, we're done for today, guys. That was pretty interesting, I think. The whole stream was reading this book, if you want to go back and all, guys. If someone gamified it like everything else, Ratchet Risk a game, it's betting on people, I guess. Well, it's not really betting at all, bro. What they do is, I mean, what banks do, right? What we figured out they do is like they get a loan, right? I mean, they go to give out these loans. They don't do anything though. They don't actually have to give out any money, right? Somebody comes in, okay, I want a loan of $50,000. They just write down on assets $50,000, which that's stuff they can like take out their own loans. I mean, with, right? Because it's an asset. But it's called an asset because they're gonna get what is it? Interest on it, right? It's an asset. So, okay, $50,000 asset. Then you also put in liability because you might have to, because that might need to be paid someday. But in reality, they didn't pay anything, right? And that's why the banks, when pushed, go, well, let's just extend it, right? Let's just extend it so you can have a little more money. And again, the problem, because they don't actually want the money paid off, because that doesn't actually give them anything. It doesn't actually do anything for them. They never really lent you the money. I mean, there are lots of solutions, right? But that's part of the problem right there, is that they just make the money up in the first place. And then, yes, later down the line, to pay off the money, the Fed will make up the money for real again, double, twice. It's basically making up the money twice, right? Because once the money is put into the system, that was made up in the first place. It's making the money twice, yeah, right? The first original loan is made up, right? So when they have to pay that off, they pay that off with made up money, and that money causes inflation. So you cause inflation and you make magical money. Both of the things. And the original money kind of causes inflation in the first place, right? Because it's imaginary money too. So it possibly causes inflation twice. And that's the system we have. That's what we're using. They don't ever want anybody to pay off any loan. They just want more debt because those are assets to the bank. And the banks are a goal. Here, I'll go over this thing at the start one more time. And then we'll be done. There's a little question and answer thing. I'll read it to you real quick. Okay. What are banks for? To make money. Oh, sorry. What are banks for? Answer, to make money. Question, for the customers? Answer, for the banks. Question, why doesn't bank advertising mention this? Answer, it would not be in good taste. But it is mentioned by implication in references to reserves of 249 million or thereabouts. That is the money that they have made. Question, out of the customers? Answer, I suppose so. Question, they also mention assets of 500 million or thereabouts. Have they made that too? Answer, not exactly. That is the money they use to make money. Question, I see, and they keep it in a safe somewhere? Answer, not at all. They lend it to customers. Question, then they haven't got it? Answer, no. Question, then how is it assets? Answer, they maintain that it would be if they got it back. Question, but they must have some money in a safe somewhere? Answer, yes, usually about 500 million or thereabouts. This is called liabilities. Question, but if they got it, how can they be liable for it? Answer, because it isn't theirs. Question, then why do they have it? Answer, it has been lent to them by customers. Question, you mean customers lend banks money? Answer, in effect. They put money into their account, so it really is lent to the banks. Question. And what do the banks do with it? Answer. Lend it to other customers. Question. And also, oh yeah, well, before we finish this, one of the other biggest parts is the banks want to lend to big companies because they have like the things that'll cover it, right? The systems that'll cover it are more work for big companies and like countries and things like giant loans, but they're not there for little guys. So they don't want little guys really. That's why they don't want little loans. That's why they don't care. But there's no interest. There's no protections really for little guys to take a loan, right? It's all, or little small businesses. It's all for the big guys. So not only are we paying for the big guys' loans when they don't pay, not only are we paying for them, we're paying for all the big guys. They put all of the money that is lost by companies' mistakes and banking mistakes is paid for by the U.S. taxpayer through our money, right? But there's no protection for us when we need to borrow money. There's none of it. And in fact, the banks aren't really incentivized to even do it. It's, what the fuck are we doing, man? I don't see the point of any of that. Like, why do we even have this thing? And why don't people, it seems like America, the two things, public education, the government education, and the Fed are designed to keep people too stupid to understand they're being robbed. That's really all it is, it seems like. And the thing about when they came out, when was the public education system rolled out? You think that's a coincidence? You think public education, keeping people too dumb to figure out they're being robbed, is a coincidence? I'm not saying it's a conspiracy, but I'm saying, isn't that interesting? They make us unable to read. They don't teach us anything about economics. They don't teach us anything about this. And when you learn about it, it's obvious it's just screwing us as regular people. And we know if regular people understood it, they would not vote for this, right? They would never vote for this, but it still exists. Nobody would ever vote for the Fed. Or letting banks just like lend money they don't have in the first place to create assets. Like basically a bank has nothing and it needs to loan money and it needs to keep the loan, so that 50-year mortgages and stuff like that. So Trump obviously works for the banks, right? Because he's extending 50-year mortgages. That's great for them. Everything is for the banks, man. World War I was caused by the banks. It's all banks, man. Communism is a red herring. It's to get people to try some other stupid thing and never see that it's the fucking banks. It's not capitalism. That's a red herring too. It's the banks. It's the banking system. It has been for over 100 years now. Okay, let me go back to this. What do the banks do? But you said that money they lend to other people was assets. Answer, yes. Question, then assets and liabilities must be the same thing? Answer, you can't really say that. Now, as we learned in the chapter, they kind of are the same thing, right? Like, you get an asset when you get a liability. They're equal. Question, but you just said it. If I put $100 into my bank account... question, but you just said it. If I put $100 into my account, the bank is liable to have to pay it back. So it's liabilities. But they go and lend it to someone else, and he is liable to have to pay it back. So it's assets. It's the same $100, isn't it? Answer, yes, but... Question, then it cancels out. It means, doesn't it, that the banks haven't really any money at all? Answer, theoretically. Question, never mind theoretically, and if they haven't had any money, where do they get their reserves of $249 million or thereabouts? Answer, I told you, that is the money they made. Question, how? Answer, well, when they lend your $100 to someone, they charge them interest. Question, how much? Answer, it depends on the bank rate. Say 5.5%, that's their profit. Question, why isn't it my profit? Isn't it my money? Answer, it's a theory of banking practice that. Question, when I lend them my $100, why don't I charge them interest? Answer, you do. Question, you don't say, how much? Answer, it depends on the bank rate, say 0.5%. Question, grasping of me rather? Answer, but that's only if you're not going to draw the money out again. Question, but of course I'm going to draw it out again. If I would want to draw it out again, I would have buried it in the garden. I could have buried it in the garden, couldn't I? Answer, and they wouldn't like you to draw it out again. Question, why not? If I keep it there, you say it's a liability. Wouldn't they be glad if I reduced their liabilities by removing it? Answer, no, Because if you remove it, they can't lend it to someone else. Question. But if I wanted to remove it, they'd have to let me. Answer. Certainly. Question. But suppose they've already lent it to another customer. Answer. Then they'll let you have someone else's money. Question. But suppose he wants his too, and they let me have it. Answer. You're being purposely obtuse. Question. I think I'm being acute. What if everyone wanted their money at once? Answer. It's a theory of banking that they never would. Question. So what banks bank on is not having to meet their commitments? Answer. I wouldn't say that. Question. Naturally. Well, if there's nothing else you think you can tell me? Answer. Quite so. Now you can go off and open a bank account. Question. Just one last question. Of course. Answer. Of course. Question. Wouldn't it be better to go off and open up a bank? Wouldn't it be better to go off and open up a bank than a bank account? Good for me, bro. Alright, that's it. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out. What's up, Lifted? Nice to see you, man. Holy moly, on Kick. What's up, bro? Holy moly. I'm moldy shooting all this stuff now. It's been forever. It's been 1,000 years, man. It's been 1,000 years, man. Nice to see ya. Holy moly. Awesome. Yeah, I'm streaming on everything now. I'm back on all the things. I'm on Twitch, I'm on Kick, I'm on everything. My main website is simps.com. And if anybody of you guys want to stream over there or learn about it or anything, hit me up. I may or may not you may or may not know the streamer liaison over there that can help you start out. That you're listening to right now. But yeah, but I also understand it's a new concept. People go to the website and go, I don't know what this is. But anybody wants to get set up over there, let me know, and I'll help you, and I'll get you starter money. And anybody who signs up, I'll get them starter money too. The Jekyll Island segment of Zeitgeist was good. I think maybe it was Zeitgeist Part 2. I don't know what that means, bro. I don't know what that means. Thank you guys for hanging out, guys. I gotta end now, I think. We'll be back tonight. Tonight is JB Garfield. Tonight's starring JB Garfield with Planet Laika on PlayStation. Planet Laika on PlayStation tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it, man. I know we were just reading a book today, so it's not the most interesting thing. But you know what? I had a plan because I figure there might be more communists today. And so I figure if I read them a book, they'll fall asleep and they'll never say anything. Because they hate reading, right? I'll lull them to sleep and they won't bother me. It seems to have worked, huh? Some of them came by and said like one thing or two and then, you know, they gave up, which is pretty funny. Plan worked. Plan accomplished. All according to Keikaku. Keikaku means plan. Alright? Have a good day, guys. Let me think. Let me play you out here real quick. Yeah, this, I know. I have to play. Have a good day, guys. Happy after Thanksgiving. Happy holidays. Hope you guys had a good one. And yeah, we're back tonight, guys. Back tonight. So, come by for that. Let me see what visualizer I want. Bro, how do all my plans work perfectly? I figured they wouldn't even be able to understand what we were talking about, so they wouldn't ever say anything. And it worked. Pretty sick. I'm telling you, man, communists do not understand economics, and it blows their brain. They can't even read, bro. Am I proving it or what? Okay, which one of these? Am I proving my theories or what? Oh, hey, Linda. What the hell? You gotta prove your theories in practice, is what I say. Which of these do I like? Oh, this one's cool, I think. Maybe this one. Yeah, this one. All right, guys. Have a good day.
I'm not interested in solving the ills of society. I don't want to save the world. I don't even want to save me. I think most talk is so boring. I mean, save this, do that, do this. I think we're all so boring saying everything. We don't even want to save ourselves. We're so boring talking about it. There's nothing left to say. We're so fucking boring. Let it die, I say. Let there be a new beginning. I don't want to save the world. Let it die, I say. I don't want to save the world. I don't want to save the world. I don't want to save the world. Let it die, I say. I don't want to save the world. I don't want to save the world. I would like to be alone when like the phone rings too often. There's too many cameras and all that, and I kind of accept it, but it's not me. When these things are gone, I go back to the room and I become myself again. Oftentimes, I'll pull down all the shades like I used to, just lay down in a room for 5 to 6 hours just alone. Just lay in that bed and get something back, some kind of juice. Just being away from people. Some of the most marvelous fulfillments a man like me can have. Is the absence of humanity. It's a fulfillment so graceful that even God would understand if he invented them.